to host European Team Chess Championship 2025.
In brand new Euphoria Spa, just 3 minutes from Bellagio, you can enjoy it with swimming pool, saunas, fitness, massages. It's free of charge for chess players. We are at your disposal from 8 to 10 every day.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At GlobalCell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. GlobalCell supports over 190 countries. GlobalCell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
Čekaj, nešto tu samo skip. So, welcome back. We had some technical issue, but yeah, now it's solved. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's go to the camera. With the camera there, let's bring the board. First match, Netherlands versus Ukraine. Let's add a chessboard and discuss the moves. So, we will see. So after the opening, it was bishop f4, knight e4, rook c1, and this h3, bishop d3, and this is the position. Typical stuff. It's some kind of battle between white trying to get the king side, center activity, and black playing on queen side. We have a draw already on the board number 2, which is surprising for me. So I was expecting that they need to push with the white pieces. So it's Kero, and Andrei is the player who barely makes a draw. So I'm a bit surprised that this game eventually finished in this manner. Let's check the board number 3. Van Veliko Alenko, this is well-known stuff, played quite often these days, and it's black's turn to move on. I'm not sure that this was the best choice for Igor, but I have a feeling that Ukraine is trying to be solid in this match. That's why Igor has opted for this line. I'm a bit surprised. Then let's check board number 4, Lamy versus Ihor Samunenko. We have Marozzi set up small advantage for white, but a normal position for black as well. Beljavski is there checking the games. Ponomarev just stood up. That means that he's just happy. Of course, there is CB move, which I haven't mentioned. C7 is hanging, so probably bishop c4. Let's move on to the next match. Let's go to Azerbaijan versus France, since here we have super strong battle. Two fantastic players, Shak Mamedjaro and Richard Rapport. E4 line played after a6, and it's black's turn to think how to move on. Let's bring the board. Rapport just sat down here. Queen c2, h6, e4, and e5 was just played. Rapport is still in his prep. Mamedjarov needs to make some concession. Knight e4 played, protecting f2. His idea is to sack a pawn in this kind of way, since knight can land on d6. So black needs to come up with something else. And it's not clear what should black do. I was even thinking, of course, b6, but it doesn't work because takes and queen e4, double attack. Instead of b6, there is some other way for black, maybe even queen c7, but this doesn't. So clear what's the right move order. I'm curious, is this queen b6 move the best? Probably it is. Next board, let's see. And the last board where we have Gledura versus Suleimanli. Okay, this is typical stuff, typical setup. White is aiming either for IQP position with the isolated pawn of black or with hanging pawns. We will see what will happen here. Then we can move on to the next board. Next match, England versus Greece. Let's go with the camera to that match. With the board, it was Nimzo Indian in Vitugo versus Teodoru, bishop d2, sideline, which people tend to play these days. Normal position for black, but slight plus for white. Then board number 2, McShane versus Papaioannou. He's back. Jan is having a normal position these days. Queen d4 is played in all the possible setups. And board number this is board number 2, sorry. So Gavin Jones playing versus Stamatis Kourkoulas. White seems to be pressing here already a bit. Is something going on? A3, B4. This game, yeah, typical stuff. And we can move on to the next match. As I mentioned, Turkey versus Serbia, Gurel versus Pretke. Quite an important matchup for Turkey. They need to come up with something. Just to remind you that Edis Gurel coach is Dragan Šolak, who knows Serbian team very well. Let's see, will he be able to come up with something. Edis is blitzing. It's very important in that opposite colors bishop that this pawn will be lost at some stage. Next one is Yilmaz versus Serrana, or Serrana versus Yilmaz. Slight plus for white. Alojzije likes to play with two bishops advantage. Emre Can versus Inđić. Alexander sometimes like to be solid. We don't have them on the camera, so we need to find. This is Turkey versus Serbia. Yeah, let's bring the board. Normal position, and Ivic versus Sanal. Typical Italian game style, but Velimir is very well prepared in all those lines. Let's go to Romania versus France, Maurizi versus Deac. It will be a long game, but it seems that Maurizi wants to attack, which might be an interesting approach. Deac is sometimes a player who really likes to wait and play a long game. This g4 is quite interesting. Fres versus Nisipianu. Normal game, they know each other quite well. Lagarde versus Lupulescu. Let's bring the board. Okay. Complicated matter. And Boe versus Gavrilescu. Same. Let's go to Germany versus Croatia. It seems that there we have some mess already. So it's King's Indian, Bishop E2, quite popular, played by Vincent, and Bishop E3, A5, quite a popular move now. And Vincent is spending quite a lot time in this situation. So he wanna go H4, H5, while Šarić with this A5, F5, A4 push was preparing this opposite castle's position and forces White to stay with his king into the center. Then we can go to Brkić versus Svane. Yeah, sometimes Brkić is without advantage in this Italian game. Bluebaum versus Livajic is already a mess. Same line as in Vanveli Kovalenko. A little bit differently played. Rook C1 at some stage, Bishop E3, Rook C1 was played in that game. Here, Bluebaum is playing this line, and now it's Livajic's turn to react. And Martinovic, last board, playing versus Frederick Svane. Frederick playing all the games in this tournament, scoring 3 wins and 3 draws. Here, Martinovic seems to be super prepared. They're playing this Catalan, which is slightly better for White, but Black can, of course, hold with a precise play. So just to go back to Ukraine, let's check has something changed there. And let's bring a board, and then we will switch to women's section. So here, in the end, Bishop D3 was played, and Ponemare reacted with Bishop D6. Board number 2, we have already concluded that game, which takes us to board number 3. As I was mentioning, it's similar like in Bluebaum. A3, Queen C2 was played there, but the rook was not on C1. And the last board, Ami Samonenko is following position. Let's switch to the women's section. So, Poland versus Ukraine, we have Julia Osmak versus Kaslinskaya. Julia is super solid, which is important for her team. Making draw versus Badelka, versus Solakidu, versus Daulite, versus Salimova, winning versus Ptachnikova. So, not a single loss, while Kaslinskaya winning versus Huska, versus Stefanova and Zagnize. 3 wins with the white pieces, so it's very interesting matchup. Let's bring the board back so that you could see the position. Black is enjoying this nice outpost, but white is having more space and targets to attack. Board number 2, Maseskaya with the black pieces playing this typical old school line. B5, A6, C5 might happen at some stage, but white is always slightly better there. Kilbasa versus Zhukova, Kero, where Zhukova is super prepared, so probably she got, Olivia got surprised. And Monika Sochko versus Pridubna, it's already an end game. So Monika seems to be ready to make a draw on this game. They are leading, so probably draw is a normal result. Then we have Bulmaga versus Wagner, Sandu versus Klek. That's an interesting position. Okay, this knight on f5 is dominating. Looks really unpleasant. So what went wrong for black? So it was Rui Lopez, Breyer, c4 played, queen c7. Probably it was fine, but this h6 was maybe unnecessary. Okay, why not? I'm just curious, is some bishop c5 working? Maybe it is. So Michaela is now under some pressure, but maybe, yeah, it's not so simple. Bishop h6 is probably now the way to go, and take on f7, 3 pawns, lift the rook. I would be very afraid with the black pieces, so I believe that she is struggling there. Miruna Daria Lehachi versus Josephine Safarli. Yeah, old school line, heading towards the d5 square. Bishop g5 is, of course, a possibility. Then we can move to the next board, where we have Dolzhikova versus Zgirchaya. Slightly better for white, but not much is happening. Let's check the next match. Let's see how Georgia is doing versus Azerbaijan. Probably quite a disappointing situation for Georgia. Zagnize is not playing today. Let's bring the board. So Ulvia is playing very well, winning versus Unuk, versus Zhokagal, making 3 draws. Daulit, Cornet, Dinara Wagner, Stavrola Tsolakidu, and winning versus Merkchian. Just to remind you that she was European champion, individual champion 2 years ago, so she knows how to score heavily. Let's bring the board. Today she's playing with the black pieces. It's a Catalan, slightly better for white, but not much is happening. White will put some pressure, but it's not something super sharp. Same goes for this position, although Lela Evakashvili is thinking. Bela Kotenashvili is having interesting line, the line I was analyzing a lot. So here, usually something like knight d2 was played. Yeah, white can go a3, e4, e3. I suggest you that you check the game. Rothstein versus Goran Dizdar, Croatian Grandmaster, how you play with the black pieces. So Rothstein got outplayed a bit from semi-normal position. And Merya Rabidze versus Mamadova, it's an endgame. And in other games, let's see, is there anything super interesting already? Okay, this one. Sophie is playing the line where she will be like 2-3 tempi down. in terms of development, but maybe it's callable, maybe it's normal these days. Engines tend to allow you that kind of play. This game is similar like Kovalenko, like Blue Bomb, Martinovic, quite a popular line, and this Queen D2 was launched in the Batumi Olympiad right here, 2018, by Dingley Ren, former world champion, this Queen D2, Queen F4. But at that time he was playing like a machine, so everyone was scared of him, and that Queen D2 was really, I think it was versus Duda, very good game. Joka Gal having a slight plus, then we have Kostenjuk, she's playing very well here. Alexandra won 4 games and only 2 draws. It's always nice to see her performing very well. Laura Unuk versus Brunello, that will be an interesting matchup. Mai Narva versus Elin Rubers. That's usually something we should keep an eye on. Then we have Stefanova. She's back to board. European Chess Union Congress is over, and she's ready to go give her team a boost. Okay, I suggest that we make a short break and then we will keep up with the commentary. And we are back with our classical setup. Keti, welcome.
Thank you very much. We do have so important last round, right, Alojzije? And outside it's pouring, raining. It's such a perfect weather to be in the playing venue and play your long chess game.
Yeah, last three rounds ahead of us. Tournament is, I would say, at some critical point. We might see winners already today if Ukraine manages to win, but let's go to the play hall, let's check.
In the playing hall, we do have all the players did it. We do have only one result, one game ended in a draw on the second board of Netherlands against Ukraine, but other players are there in the middle of the game. We do have two playing venues. This one is the main playing venue, but we also have the other playing venue with the remaining teams there. I suppose the players are well rested. They had a day off yesterday. They had some time for relax. They had a lot of time for the preparation as well. And we might have some nice preps today. We might see some amazing games.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to our matches. Let's check the cameras. Let's bring the boards. We will try to get an insight also from insiders, but let's leave this for a while. Let's add the board to this camera. Beljavski is there, usual thing. And yeah, we can see that last two boards. Somehow they feel that this is the key. Usually you need to have like a heavy scorer on last two boards. Kovalenko is one. Van Velde is also doing very well.
Alojzije, you know, the other day I was thinking the strategy of these two teams. And I figured out that for Team Ukraine, they are very solid on the first and second board. For instance, Ponomario has made all the draws so far, and we have Volokitin also made 4 draws and 1 victory. But Ukraine is heavily scoring on the fourth board. We have Igor Kovalenko winning 4 games and 1 draw. And then the last board, Ihor Samonenko, yeah. He also has 2 victories and 3 draws. So Ukraine is scoring on the last 2 boards. And now when we are talking about Netherlands, it's the opposite. It is Anish Giri who is actually in his best shape and playing really good, has 3 victories and 3 draws. And Jordan is also scoring quite nicely, has not lost any single game in the 7th round. And then they have more experienced players on the 3rd and 4th board when they are trying to hold the result. So I was just thinking what will happen in between these 2 matches, you know, because now we have also clash of the setups of the teams.
Yeah, I got your point. You're completely right. The only problem is that we have a difference in the standings. So Netherlands is behind Ukraine. So that might, if that would be like an equal situation, that we would have like a match where leaders are playing each other, and then I don't know, drawing the match is making the situation the same as before. Then I would go for strategy that no one would like maybe be more aggressive than usual. But here with Ukraine leading. If Netherlands makes a draw in this match, Ukraine will go on 12 points. Azeris, they can come to 11. I don't know, maybe it's also psychological because you want to be a champion. I don't know that for a team like Netherlands, they're second seed. I don't think it's a big deal to be third or second, yeah. So that's the only thing. How far they want to go today?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, we will see. We will see what happened. I think at the moment positions are quite balanced.
Well, Alojzije, according to this observation, if it's true, then Ukraine should be really happy with this result. With a draw, Jordan was the one who's scoring, and then they are counting on a third and the fourth board. But we might.
Yeah,
just
when
wrong.
you make a draw with white pieces, then you are heading up to a situation with two blacks and white wine. With
One white,
One
yeah.
white. Yeah, I went to white wine. This is probably
Yeah,
free
for a long
day.
time.
Yeah, and free day because yesterday we had this wonderful gala and so on. So. Yeah, I was instead
White
of
wine.
one white and white wine. Yeah, probably. I'm not sure what. Someday I would like to have white wine, but
Yeah.
another to be once more white. It's not bad.
Do you know that in Georgia we don't say red wine?
Okay.
No, we don't say that. We say black wine. So it's more chess combination, you know.
Same goes for Croatia.
And
Same goes for Croatia.
when I moved to Europe, or I was in Europe ordering wine, and if I accidentally translated from my own language and said black wine, people were like, "What? What wine? What is that?" And they were laughing at me, or they were curious about that. But in Georgia, it is black and white, also about the wine.
Same goes
Yeah.
for Croatia. And yeah, so I would love to have white pieces sometimes, but white wine is also fine. Although I prefer your red wine. Red wine in
Black
Georgia.
wine.
Yeah, black wine. So here, in this position, as I said, so you are like narrowing your chances in terms of white pieces, but yeah, sometimes you make a breakthrough with the black pieces of a guy like Kovalenko can win even being black. So I don't know, it's hard to say. If you want to win, usually you need to play with all four games.
Yeah.
Because sometimes also winning with black is a scenario. Let's check the position. So here, I think that Bornamario is having a very good position. Let's go back with the camera. Completely fine. Slightly better for white, but if he arrange his knight on d6, it will be very, very solid. And then board number 3, I mentioned already. Kovalenko versus Van Veli. Okay, can you help me, Keti? How many games those two teams lost in this event? I'm curious. Maybe not as.
Ukraine has not lost any
I think
match.
Netherlands
made draw. They have not lost, but let me check it.
No, in terms of single games, individual.
They have not lost.
Yeah.
They have not lost. None of them have lost. No.
It's
None of
really huge. After 6 rounds, you don't have a single loss.
No. These 8 players.
I don't know, Korobov maybe? He's not playing today,
not
but
playing.
maybe only.
Korobov has lost one game against Koparadze, the first one. Yes, that's true.
And Netherlands, we have Varmedram losing. But those players who are
Did
playing,
he?
he lost, I
So
think,
one.
versus Davidanto. So here, players who are playing, they are really in a good shape.
Yeah, true.
And Samonenko, let's check versus Lamy. We left around here. I don't know. Super solid match. Really, it's hard to say anything special about this match. But I believe we will have a guest, so we can touch this topic a bit later. Let's move on to another match. Let's see how our big stars are playing. Shak Ramedjaro versus Richie Rapport. Let's bring the board back. We have it now, so Queen B6 played. In the end, the move I was finally coming with. D6, Queen E2. So, my question to you, Keti, from 1 to 10, what do you think? How much Shak is enjoying this kind of position? It's complicated already, move number 10.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what he wants, where he feels very comfortable to be. He needs to have an attack. He needs to have all these possibilities, open positions, many ideas. And you know what? I think we have just a great match. Richard is also a very creative player. And sometimes we have this scenario, the game goes super crazy and we enjoy, or they just make a draw, very fast draw, and it's a dull game and none of them are trying, you know, their opponents. But I kind of have a feeling that this is, between Hungary and Azerbaijan, they have to try their best.
Yeah.
They cannot just make a draw.
I agree. If you will have some time, please check me. I'm not familiar with this opening h6, e4, c5. I have a feeling that this is completely new. This 7th e5, this 7th e5, that this is completely like a new position.
Let me check.
On board number 7, or move number 7, we already have something like not played at all, maybe.
This is not very popular, and to compare to the other moves that we have here, d5 or bishop c3, it has been played less time than the other games.
So c5, dc5, bishop took, and e5.
e5, yeah.
It's sort of new.
It is kind of new. I have in the online database the game played this year. And it was at the level of Narayan.
Okay,
Narayana,
that's
from 2600 from
yeah,
black
Narayanan,
side.
yeah, that's really already some signal that someone had paid attention to this. I really, yeah, I'm so happy to see that these days in chess you have board number 7, move number 7, and you already have completely new position.
Just wonder how long they followed this game. And
yeah, they follow it.
Follow it.
It's completely the same move order.
Yeah. And now in the current position, when n97 happened in the game, we had h3, so we have deviation now. In the game, it was h3 to kick the knight away, knight h6, and then it takes d6. And after queen takes d6, queen d2, offering queen trade. So white tried to keep the knight here and do that.
So Shak took immediately. He takes d6. I don't know. I have a feeling that we should believe Shak instead of who was white. The game you mentioned, 2400 player.
Yeah, it was 2400 Tran Pong. To be honest, I don't really see where this game has been played. Is it online game? Is it over the board game? Because the quality of the games the preparation are different, but seems like they were following. Let's see what's the statistic between these two players. They have played a lot of games together throughout many years. Started to play first time 2016. And in a classical chess, Shahriar Mamedov has won 2 games and made 7 draws, but I don't see the game where Richard won the game in classical. And of course they have played a lot of rapid and blitz, and in those time control they have made most of the draws, of course. And then we have again Shahriar dominating the wins.
Okay,
so we
interesting.
might have Shahriar a little bit with white pieces as well in edge against Richard.
Let's check the second one. Let's see how our Petar Leko is doing versus Rauf Mamedov. And I guess we need to go to with the camera also to match Azerbaijan-Hungary. I just want to add that, yeah, it's obvious that this game will be super positional. Both players like to play solid chess. Of course, Petar was playing aggressive at some point, Rauf as well, but on a typical day they are very solid, and this one looks like long maneuvering ahead of us.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Black just made move e6, and I do have a really good pawn chain when the pawn is on e6, and now with this move, yes,
on e7,
e7, yes. And yes, you're controlling d5 square, that's true, but with black you're weakening d6 pawn, right? What is the idea behind
The point is to stop knight d5, because if white jumps to d5, then sometimes it's a bit tougher to hold it. Yeah, and also the point is that at some stage maybe black can count on some d5 pushes. Usually, if you manage to play d5, in combination with e6, d5, you are liquidating completely. So now white needs to think, for example, if I play some like dry move like h3, is d5 the move which is working probably here? Not, maybe in some combination of moves, I don't know, like knight h5 and something, then taking on c3 and d5 or something similar. So this is the only reason why black is playing e6. Also, sometimes it can be idea to find a place for the queen on e7, but usually it's more to prepare d5 b5 combo.
Can we try to set up, for instance, to double the rooks on d file, or try to get rook e2, rook to d2, and
okay,
to attack
that
directly?
That would be interesting. Okay, black can go knight e8 at some point, so it's not like that is desperately worrying about he's desperately worrying about this d6 pawn, but I'm not sure now. Probably something like knight h5 will happen. This is his Rauf style. So, and he will try to combine it with b5.
Yeah.
So why he was playing this? Probably, why didn't he play knight h5 immediately? White goes bishop d2 maybe.
Maybe bishop g5 first to get h6 or you never know. These pawns are never good to be pushed.
I agree. Okay, it's interesting, e6.
And Peter is thinking. He has less time on the clock. So see Rauf walking in the playing venue, just enjoying his his day in the office. I think he doesn't feel that there is any weakness in his position. Very comfortable.
Yeah, but he's the one playing this line with the white pieces as well, so he knows where the danger is. Let's see how Alojzije is doing versus Sanan. That's already quite messy, being pawned down. And b4 line, quite popular. This is completely in Alojzije's style, and he's very creative, being in a like complicated position. I didn't know that he's also working with the Dogmus, Yagis, together with Mamediaro. So Azeri's signature in Erdogmus progress, very cool.
Yeah, that's a good touch.
And the last board where we have Sulejmanli versus Gledura. Gledura is not playing his best chess, although being +2, but usually he was the one who never comes into like a dubious position, but here it was really, in this event, it was shaky in many positions, and stopping knight g4. Okay, normal game. Anything interesting in others games? Let's see how Teodoro is doing versus Vityugov. This is known to be slightly better for white, but probably he thinks that knight c5 and his King's Indian experience will help him, because he was playing King's Indian versus, let's go with the camera to England versus Greece. That his King's Indian experience will help him in this position.
Alojzije, I have something interesting in this match to suggest to go.
Wayne
Jones against Stamatis. The position is pretty crazy there.
Yeah, it was already after the opening. Let's bring the board. So after bishop h6, he didn't want to exchange the bishops. And yeah, that was invitation for white to start opening the position, because king cannot run to the king side. There is no chance for short castle, and he's ready to open the queen side.
Right.
It looks very dubious, very dubious. Keti, it looks that it will be like over in few moves.
It is, yeah, seems like white has really good advantage. In fact, instead of knight g5, white could even get better position after f6. The engine suggests to take on e5 here.
Okay.
If you take with
Yeah.
f pawn, then
Knight
knight f7.
f7.
So you have to take with the queen, and then you play knight f3 now. And when the queen moves, queen h5, let's say, or queen d6, you play e5.
Oh,
And point being that after f takes c5, you play rook a1 or a2 e1, and you are getting e5 pawn back.
I'm not sure that this also
Directly?
is not likely, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's also.
Probably also I think it's fine.
Yeah,
and
rook
rook
e1,
e1, and it
g5.
must be like lost.
Yeah. So he could actually force this variation, and I don't know, knight f3 might be a little bit slow, but still difficult to find the move here, because white's plan is very simple, just to take the pawn on e5 and bishop to g7 and to win the pawn. So black has either have to take the pawn on f4 himself or to play rook g8, because yeah, take and bishop g7 is a threat now to win a pawn.
Can we go full screen with Greece versus England? So, welcome back. We have an insider, Netherlands team captain, Grandmaster Jan Smet. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, so you are playing very well as a team. Of course, Giri now is a big star of your team, but you have heavy scorers. Luke is playing very well, and all others.
We are all shocked by Luke's performance. His comeback was a surprise maybe to some people, but he's been doing very well the last year, but also at this event.
So, before checking the games, what was your strategy today? Ukraine is leading the field with one match point up in front of you. So, what was the strategy?
Well, obviously, we would like to win this match. And as you can see, Jordan already made the draw, but that's with the black pieces, so that's okay. And also, another thing, we would like to win this match, but losing would be disastrous. So a draw is a disappointment, but wouldn't be the end of the world. So I think a black draw is acceptable for us on board too.
Got it. Regarding the position, so let's go. Were you surprised with Andrej's approach, because he's a player who likes to play for a win?
Yeah, of course, he's a very aggressive player. So, but at the same time, if the team order is to make a draw, then he will do it, of course. And I can understand it from Ukraine's point of view. 2-2 is a very desirable result, and yeah, one draw brings them closer to that. So.
Do you think that they adjusted their aperture a bit due to that goal, for example, in Kovalenko's game or something?
It's possible, but at the same time, I don't think you should change too much in your approach, because if you adjust and play to save, then the one thing you achieve is that you're not going to win, but you might still lose. So I don't think they will. They shouldn't be adjusting too much.
Okay, so regarding this draw, just to mention, so okay, Jordan is playing a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
So Kero was played, e5, c5, quite topical. Anything to add in regarding this?
I'm afraid not. It was
Okay.
just a repetition, and at that point, I don't think Black can really escape it. I mean, you can, like, you could play like Queen c7 or some move, but White will go Knight b3, and then later moves like Bishop d3, Bishop f4, and with smooth development. So that should be slightly better for White. So Queen b6 is a move to disrupt the White position. And f2 needs to be defended, so there's only one move. And here Black is trying to trade the queens, and generally that's desirable for Black in the Caro-Kann. So White could, of course, trade the queens, and he's definitely not worse, but Queen d1 is forcing the draw now, so
Got it.
that's what we got.
Okay, are you involved also? I know that you are working sometimes as a second with Giri, so are you involved in prep, or it's more like...
Well, because there are 4 players, of course you cannot do everything. And I also don't want to reveal our preparation secrets too much.
Okay.
But I'm somewhat involved in the prep, in different levels for different players, but I'm involved.
Okay, so let's go to the first board. Let's check our biggest start, biggest star of the event, Anish Giri. I made a comment that I don't know, he might be eager to become a world champion these days.
Yeah, why not? Especially with Magnus Carlsen out of the picture, I think everyone has a fair shot now. So all the players in the candidates tournament have, of course, the desire to win it. And
he's playing very well, crushing Alojzije in fantastic
that was
style.
a very nice game.
So here in this position, okay, Ragozin is now something what everyone played, so probably it was not...
Well, Anish is capable of playing all the first moves, well, all the normal first moves, so maybe d4 is even a surprise nowadays, so I don't know.
Regarding Ruslan, I made that comment, remark many times. The problem is with those players, they were like super strong before in terms of rating. Korobov, for example, as well. Andrei. Of course, you don't underestimate that.
Never, no. Of course, Ponomarov is a very classy player. Not as good as he used to be, but he really understands chess, of course. So he's a respected opponent for sure.
Okay, so bishop b4 takes, and then bishop f4, a little sideline. Bishop g5 is the main move, but these days everything is possible. Anything you want to add?
H3 is
I was a bit surprised.
You should be, I think. The idea is, of course, to have an escape square for the bishop on f4, because in these lines, Black often goes g5, and then the bishop retreats to g3, and Black can go h5, so the bishop is in trouble there. And this way we prevent it, but of course it costs a tempo. It's a high price to pay, but
But then you get the game.
Yeah, it's something new, I guess.
So knight b6, e3, bishop f5, bishop d3. They exchange here. Giri was hesitating for a moment, but
I guess he was considering c takes b4.
But probably after cb, bishop goes to c4. I don't know. Probably is also
should be fine.
Fine for Black. So he took queen d3, bishop d6. For Ruslan, it's probably fine that he has exchanged many pieces.
Yeah, in a way, both players got what they wanted, I think. Anish has a tiny advantage, and Ruslan has a very solid position. So, just like on board 2, I think both sides can be somewhat satisfied. Although, of course, in chess, it's never the case at the end of the match. But
so, if we go, let's say, fast forward and desired position, what do you expect? What can happen in a good scenario for White? Okay. Some a4, a5?
Yes, there's some pressure on the b7 pawn. The knight cannot really move. And there's, of course, scenarios where maybe Black will be forced to move the c pawn, either to take on d4, and then White probably wants to take with the c pawn, although sometimes with a piece. The d5 pawn is a bit weak, b7 a little bit weak, and White has a good structure on the king side. So ideally, maybe you trade some pieces, win one pawn, and then win the endgame. That's, I think.
And the good sign is with the knight, it's long term. It's easier if we put like two bishops instead of 2 knights. Then it can steer to a draw much maybe quicker. This can be really like long game. Anything maybe from Giri's side, anything he feels well, he likes to play?
I think he generally plays well for the national team. he very rarely loses a game, and every now and then he does win his game. So I think he always feels well on the team. Maybe because he is the star of the team, so he feels he feels good about it, I guess. But he does well.
Okay, let's switch. As I mentioned, of course, for Ukrainian, for them, it's very important that Ruslan holds against Anish. But of course, for you, it's also opposite regarding this game. Luke was surprised. Okay, problem with Igor that he stopped playing due to known reasons. I mentioned this many times in this broadcast. There are not many games of him recently. Was this a small surprise or not?
Regarding this game, I don't have too much to share about.
Okay, okay. So it happened this way. Known stuff. Actually, we have now Bluban versus Martinovic. We have many games. I mentioned that famous Quindy 2 of Dingley Ren. It was here in Batumi, I think, Olympiad 2018. Okay, quite a popular.
It's a fighting choice for black because it's not a symmetrical position like so many of the others. So it's unbalanced, and like both sides can play for a win here, not just white.
Regarding Luke's play, sometimes he plays like a really fabulous sequence of moves. Then it seems that he missed something, but then again he composed himself.
I feel like he's been fighting for a while, so he's made some mistakes, but I think we can't complain about this level here. I'm happy about it.
Okay, so this is his position. Okay, a lot of maneuvering and.
Yeah, they've both been making the typical moves, I guess.
Black is getting ready to c5 at some stage. White is trying to keep an eye on kingside at one point.
To be honest, I'm not sure about this f rook going to d1 because you would like, I think, to move the d2 knight maybe to e4 at some point. Then black goes knight b3, and I would be able to play rook c1 to d1. So I'm not sure about this rook fd1, but I'm sure Luke has a good reason for it. I just don't see it yet.
Okay, so
I guess
maybe he won't move this knight so quickly. Maybe he's planning to do something else, but I don't see
other developing. Well, maybe knights. No, because you cannot really move the knight from c3 to e4 because maybe the black bishop goes to c6 and then to a4. There are such ideas. I would expect black to go rook fd8, just a useful move.
Yeah, now it's white's turn again to come up with something.
Yeah, we basically have the same position as before, it's just the rook's centralized.
So knight, you mentioned if knight goes this one.
Yeah, then maybe bishop c6? Or is there a knight c5?
Maybe he wants to combine this rook d1 with this jump. Okay, but Kovalenko is thinking, usually Igor is the one who is playing a bit faster.
And what's the time situation?
So 51 for Luke and 41 for Igor.
Okay. Basically it's under control for both.
Yes, yeah. So, okay, normal game, probably the game you need to win at least one game, so you need to have chances. Here you have. Both players have some chances. So
yeah, I predicted this game is going to get out of hand. Like in the next 10 moves, something weird is going to happen.
But Igor is really strong player. Practical player. He can. Maybe he doesn't have some openings for like top level, but let's say this level, 25 to 27, he's really super efficient.
His result here is amazing.
Yeah. And let's go to the last board. For me, it's hard to evaluate like Ihor's strength at the moment. Some games he was playing very well. Erwin he was risking a bit more than I was expecting.
You mean Sicilian?
Yes.
Yeah.
With Ivic and
yes,
which was maybe good that he.
Yeah, I think that for him it's nice to start out with let's say an active position, because he has a tendency, of course, to like the more positional positions. But maybe it's good for him to play a bit more active. And later, of course, if it transitions to an endgame, he is good in the endgames, but maybe it's good to start from an active position.
Ihor likes to keep the game under control, which is a bit surprising for a very young player.
Yeah.
Okay, this is typical typical stuff.
What's the
Only queen on G6.
Yeah.
Okay, queen H5 he played, and then queen G6. But probably queen is fine on G6.
Yeah, it did take a bit of time though to get there.
Yeah. So what will white do next? Some b3, a4, or what?
Yeah, that's
To
always
take
an
some
idea.
space.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I would like a pawn on f3, but of course with a pawn on h3 that doesn't really work. Because
So is d5 on the menu at some stage?
well, I don't think so at the moment. The bishop on e7 is hanging,
Yeah.
and if white takes once on d5, you also give up the f5 square. So if you want to go d5, then you definitely have to go bishop f8 first. But even then, white can take with the c pawn, black takes back, and then white can go e5. There's such. Okay, it's
So
always,
it will be a waiting game, probably.
yeah, for a bit.
Maybe knight will start jumping somewhere, but I don't know.
Yeah, another question is if black should move the bishop from c6 to somewhere. Maybe you can go b6 and force white to make a decision whether he wants to take it or not.
Okay, so probably, so we can make some kind of conclusion. So first board, Giri will keep up with some pressure, or Ruslan is playing much faster than it's expected. So usually he's the one. Okay, so he.
But maybe it's Anish who's playing a bit slower than expected.
Yes.
I think that's what's going on.
Yes, exactly.
And also, he decided to take on d4 with a piece. That's not what I was expecting.
Yeah, you
to
play
be
with
honest.
CD and then long-term pressure on d5 pawn, right?
Oh, I'm not a big fan, to be honest, but yeah, it's still slightly better for white, of course. But by the more and more trades we get, the higher the drawing margin becomes. So I would have preferred some idea like you mentioned with a4, a5. But that's okay. Me based on just looking at it for 30 seconds and Anish got half an hour.
Of course.
He's a number
Of course.
whatever,
Okay.
top player.
Basically, yeah, we are just giving our fast opinion. Okay, so Jan, in general, things are going well.
Yeah, second, like the last couple of years, the Dutch team was somewhat disappointing. But I hope this year we can turn it around. We have a very strong team this year, and we're second seed. So,
how did you spend your free day?
oh, I didn't do that much, to be honest. Well, what I always do is I walk around a lot with different team members. So at one walk, there's one guy, the other there's let's say 3 guys in different combinations.
So you are in good shape.
Yeah, and also we went to restaurants outside the hotel just for some change. So that takes a bit of time, and of course you have to prepare a bit.
Yeah, and regarding after the free day, you know at least team pairings. So and you were rested. Then you find out on the today's round. In the morning you find out exact like board order. So you might have like bigger enthusiasm to go for some like tougher lines, complicated lines because you're a little bit rested.
Yeah, although at the same, it's also like you do rest, of course, but I don't think it influences the opening choice too much. Yeah, not really.
And this combination of free day after 6th round instead of 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's a bit odd to me. Like normally you of course cut the tournament in half with your rest day. I don't know why they chose to do it like this.
I think the reason is General Assembly was on Saturday, and then maybe for some captains, delegates, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, it's good. Yeah, I mean it's not a big change. Like people are able to play 6 games in a row. Like at the Olympiads, the rest day is after 6 rounds as well. So it's fine for everyone, but it's a bit odd.
And the final remark: playing call conditions.
Yeah, good. No complaints from my side. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, good luck with your today's round, and looking forward to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, we will go for a short break, and then coming back with Keti.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity. Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 100
And we are back. This is Batumi, rainy Batumi, Georgia, and we do have European Team Championship 2025. And at this point, in the very end of the tournament, last rounds in progress, we still don't know who will win the event. So we have a big fight on the top boards, but also some other boards are very interesting. And of course, everyone's goal is to get the medal here, but it's also a very nice tournament for a lot of young players, or just in general to have a tournament and to gain rating, to get some norms. Is there anything that we can take a look at?
Keti, I'm shocked how enthusiastic you are with this kind of weather. Outside is really awful, and somehow you cheered me up, so I'm now also quite enthusiastic.
So bad.
It's
like,
really
we're
bad.
safe here, we're warm, like having a cup of coffee, and we just have this big window where we can see the seaside and the really angry sea with the big waves. I'm happy to be here at this point.
I agree. In total, we can be happy with the weather from the beginning. 8-9 sunny days. Even the forecast was quite bad for a few days, but sun was breaking through. So in general, we can be quite happy. But yeah, this outside it's really heavy rain. So it's a moment to focus on chess. I don't know, guys, from where you're following us. You can write in chat. Do you have sunny day?
Yeah, is it raining?
Yeah.
As it rains here or not?
Exactly. But let's check the game. So I was strolling around the playing court for a while, and there are many interesting games on lower boards in the women's section. So let's start with Israel versus Slovakia. It seemed that Efroimski is having some unusual position. These are the positions where you are totally winning. Engine bar is just jumping almost to the top, but the thing is there is no material advantage.
Yeah.
And you need to find a way how to make a breakthrough. So here, of course, the main problem of black, that there is no chance to castle. And what will white do? This is maybe some typical advice for a beginner. That you tend to switch your action on the other side, where opponent is missing some piece, and then you start exchanging pieces and penetrate deep. So here the point of white is to push a pawn, then try to attack the c pawn. We can just briefly check how it happened. It happened in the Kero that white managed to push the pawns too far, and it was strategically over. We will see, will Marcel find some winning blow, but from positional point of view, I like it very much, since there is no material advantage and white is completely winning. There are some interesting games as well. For example, in this match, where we have Kesaria, European star, I believe that program star, that she must become a grandmaster with the way how she's playing. I think Kesaria is something like 15 years old.
Yes, she's very young, and she has been playing chess for so many years already. She was very little when she started to play chess, and it is a fair point to point out that she has huge support from the Georgian Chess Federation, which is not very common. Only few people got that support, and Kesaria and also Anastasia are these two girls considered to be the next generation. And they are having top-level, world-class coaches that they are working. I don't know how much I can say about their names, but those are the big names, and anyone could dream to work with those coaches, and you can feel how they are playing.
So, Keti, we have Georgian main ladies there, but we are now touching this topic, that the idea is that those youngsters climb that high, they are for sure capable of doing so.
This lineup Georgia has, Nana is resting today. This lineup Georgia has for last 10, 15 years, a little bit changes it has been for a long time. Of course, they're very experienced. They are all of them title players, and we were talking that how balanced it is. Also, the last sport is 2400. However, the teams who are also balanced with experienced players and the young players, those are the ones who are scoring the best. Like, for instance, Ukraine in the open section. It's a very good balance, right? So this is, I think, everyone's in the team competition. This is a key point because it's a long event. You also need some young players who are not afraid. You know, when you're young, you're just not afraid to attack, to try new openings, to be very ambitious. You want to earn your spot in the team. So this is what I believe Georgia is missing at this point.
It's completely true, Keti. I'm a big fan of sports in general. I was studying sport management and so on. When you compare it to football, for example, some World Cup in football, teams which are not like bringing some local players or players maybe younger but still not stars, they cannot like make a good result at World Cup, some event of 1 month games. It's very important to bring that new energy. Some teams are not ready to do so. They do it too late. They do it only where there is a bad result. Yeah. So they wait for bad result and then change the generations. But I always admired and loved when someone is doing this earlier than people expect, and then it's tough. Then there are losses, the patience is not so high, but in the end it pays off. So Georgia probably already in the next Olympiad might add them.
It's time. It's time, guys. I'm a big fan of having youngsters in the team. It's different energy. It's different energy. They can lose, of course, badly, but they can win a lot of games. They're very ambitious, and like, I would not hate the idea to divide the Georgian main team in 2 teams and to add in both teams also 2 players, because we have this base of the players to be there, and I would believe that it will be more challenging for the rest of the competitors to fight with this, you know, balance, like very experienced players and the young.
Sometimes I'm asked. So about career, how chess, you can play till 50 years old and so on. And then I say, no, the thing is that your like energy, your motivation, you cannot play for 20 years to be all the time playing tough matches, tough games, and then that you will expect that you will keep that energy level, motivation, passion for 20, 30 years. So chess, you can play in terms of physical, maybe persistence, but the problem is the motivation to prepare, to study tough lines. Yeah. Those players, for them, it's really hard to keep the same enthusiasm as like youngsters do. So let's go back to the board. Let's see what's going on. So Kesaria was she's playing versus Sofia Pogorelski. By the way, Sofia she played very well in some European championships. For example, she was playing, if I'm not mistaken, a European individual in open section, where Alexander Injic, compatriot, had won the championship. So the thing is that she can play against strong opponents. So this is a tough matchup for Kesaria. We can check what was happening. This Sicilian with e5, not allowing Sveshnikov. And they were playing this line where sometimes white jumps to d6. Here that was not the case. Very tough game, complicated. White actually is playing without king safety, but black king is also not perfectly safe.
This is what I mean. She's not afraid. Yeah. I would be afraid at this point to have a king on e1, but it feels different, right? When
take a look at it. 97.1, 95.3 accuracy. This is a really high level game, high level opening, and I'm not surprised that players were spending so much time and suddenly we are in this kind of position. timing of the moves is right. So they are doing really good job. And when you're playing well, both players are playing well, then a draw is most likely a result. So here, Kessaria is better, but I'm not sure how to proceed. Maybe this F3 was not the best move, but still, it looks quite logical. So I love the way how she was postponing the development.
Yeah, well, she's 15 years old and she's already Women International Master, waiting for the FIDE Council to prove that, which will happen in this year. So we can just assume that she's very young Women International Master, and she's at the rating points is also 2290, very close to 2300. Probably at this tournament she can even get this rating.
In this same match we have another great player, prominent star besides Kessaria, Megeladze. First board, Anastasia Kirtadze is playing versus Teodora Injac. Teodora is having a tough time in this event, but still reigning European individual champion, a very good player. And it seems to me that Anastasia is doing very well. Another game where we have 96 plus accuracy, opposite colors bishops. I was in the playing hall and somehow Teodora was sitting in despair that this tournament nothing is going her way. Just to remind you guys that she started with a draw versus Nana Zagnize, pushing a bit, and then 3 losses in the row. Laura Unuk, Marina Brunello, Mai Narva.
That is really heavy tournament.
And now maybe Anastasia is not playing now versus Teodora Injac. She's playing against a weaker opponent, but of course, since Teodora is now without the confidence, but the way how she played in European individual in Rhodos, that was really brilliant. Just winning. She started with a loss, and then I think 8 wins in a row.
Yes, that's actually true. She was unstoppable. Also, talking about Anastasia Kirtadze, she had 6 out of 6 at the Women Individual Chess Champion, European Individual Chess Championship last year, 2024, and then unfortunately she lost after that. She probably just burned out. But there was a moment when everyone was talking about her, that she was just beating any player on her way.
Regarding this position, I don't see what will white do if black just stands still with some queen c7, queen b6. White needs to push on the king side, but how? So we might see a draw. Regarding Anastasia's tournament, so she started with a draw versus Germany, then winning versus Sweden, which was fine, losing to Joka Gal, winning versus Portugal, and losing versus another Georgian team, and then again winning. So she's quite sharp in this event. Let's move on. There were also some interesting games in Slovenian match. I was following that one a bit, so we can also check. Let me try to find that matchup. So Slovenia, they are playing versus Italy. Let's see, Brunello versus Unuk. Laura, she was a world champion under 14, crossing 2400, I believe, at some stage, but then focused on her studies. And
yeah, she's
back.
Very successful personality in her own country, and we have seen her in a lot of campaigns, advertising, and being ambassador of different brands. And it is so nice to see chess players, just like in other sport, people being ambassadors of different.
Yeah, she's basically doing similar things I'm doing in Croatia. She has visibility. For example, she has personalized car from her sponsor. I think it's Ford car. She likes to publish some stories from events, and I would love to see the chess players become
bit more active.
Yeah, and not just active, but that like society
Yeah.
recognize them as important athletes like others. So I'm always happy to see that someone has some visibility in her own country, and Laura is doing very well in that field. Also combining with studies, that usually means that your rating is not the best in that circumstance, but she's doing well. Let's see the game.
What is happening? We can have the board on the screen,
Yeah.
and there we go.
So she's pressing, but can she get something more out of this slightly better position?
So the latest move that has been played is Queen D8. It is white to move.
Yeah, so she will try to somehow to use this pin and activity.
Yeah,
White
something like Queen
cannot,
D4
yeah.
already can be something
This looks
serious.
very unpleasant to Marina. Marina having a good tournament, not a single loss, playing versus Kašlinskaya, then Sara Kadem, Joka Galt, winning versus Ignat, so she's doing really well. They are both in a good shape. On the board next to this one, we have another player. Actually, there was a fantastic performance in that from that player in the European Individual Championship. This is Zala Urh qualifying to the World Cup. Today she is playing versus Olga Zimina, and it seems that she's under attack, but what I've noticed in Zala's play that she's very capable of defending. I think this quality, this threat is very important, since you cannot just win better position, you also need to know how to save worse positions, and this is a typical one. She's under heavy fire, but still there is no clear way for black to break through.
Very interesting and double-edged position indeed. Too many pieces, and any inaccuracy from any of the side might cost a lot.
Yeah, white is also there to attack something, but the point of current positions is black is trying to press, but she will need to do it quickly, because at some stage white will start kicking out black pieces.
Yeah. Wow. Looks really
Very interesting. Yeah, is it a
Look at the time situation. I think they might have some time.
Okay, we have some more move. E4 was played, and then bishop d4, which seems to be an inaccuracy, or maybe not. So if I go rook e2, what will follow?
Knight takes c5.
Okay. Probably queen e2 targets. It's not so simple. And now where to go with the?
I think I can take on b3.
You can? Yeah, maybe you're right.
Why?
Knight d2. Oh, I'm missing something.
Might be some kind of tactic.
Or maybe it's just some rook c3
Simple
and
move,
yeah. Okay, so maybe Olga is doing fine. Rook a5 played, which seems to be an accuracy, but don't ask me why. Maybe rook will be stuck. Not
The
now.
knight is
Knight
hanging
hanging,
g4,
sorry. After
Maybe
I
knight
take on
c5, yeah?
knight e5, yeah, and then maybe some a6 will make this rook.
You know what I'm thinking? Maybe the idea here is to take on e5 and then to play queen b4, or to play queen b4 right away. I don't know how much danger this knight is creating, but something around this idea.
Okay,
Very tense position.
let's
right?
go
They
back
need
to our main boards, because it seems that Alina is winning.
Wow.
So let's go to the main match.
She's on fire.
Poland versus Ukraine. Let's check what's going on. So here she launched the attack by sacrificing. Let's bring the board back.
By the way, Rook, when we have the board, this sacrifice, Rook F5, is marked as a brilliancy on chess.com. And it's actually a very nice idea, as now all these pawns are just so weak, and black cannot really do anything against them. And knight f4 is the most accurate move, instead of taking the pawn on f5. And then she also brought the queen on e file, and now black's king is just struggling.
She's really playing like a leader, sacrificing, playing superb chess, big asset for Polish team.
Indeed, in this tournament, in fact, she has won against Jovanka Hauska, Antoneta Stefanova, and Nana Zagnidze. Very tough opponents indeed, and has made draw against Brunello, Mikritichian, Wagner, and today very likely she will win another game against Julia Osmak.
Yeah, she's in good shape. What do you think, why she's not playing in the European individuals? So this year she was not playing?
Well, to play European individual is main reason is to qualify to the World Cup, right? So then they have 2 years to qualify to the World Cup. So maybe she just choose to play 1 year, to skip 1 year and to play another year. Or maybe she's qualified by the rating, because it's very demanding event, right? European Championship, in my opinion, is very, very, very demanding. 11 rounds and very tough opponents. And if it's not going your way, it is very difficult event. And she's kind of in the one of the players in the elite, among the elite players. She's playing in the Grand Prix. She got the wild card, and I think that's why she's not playing. And also, she recently became mother, and as I know, she very much enjoys her time to spend with her kid. Very often they are traveling together, and Alena's mother is also accompanying her.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw her.
Yes.
With the mother here, right?
Yes, so it means that baby is also here, so it's very nice, and somehow she has the peak of her career, and she also combines it so well with taking care of her baby.
Very nice, thanks for sharing that info, Keti. How about this position? How should white move on?
Was the final touch,
Yes.
right? How to finalize the game. Can we do knight c5?
Yeah, this is something, but maybe king will go to c7. Can I go king c7? Am I missing something? Ah, knight b5.
Knight
I
b5.
spotted. Knight b5, and that's it.
Queen b7, yeah.
Yeah, and if king d8, then there is some kind of checkmate. Knight e6 maybe. King e8, and.
Knight g7
Knight
to cut the
g7, king d8. Okay, maybe everything
queen.
wins
Rook
now.
f6 here, for instance.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There's no problem to open up the b1
Yeah.
square with that?
Probably everything wins. Even. Oh, that doesn't mean because queen b1. Sorry, I forgot.
We can't hide the king on h3?
Maybe. Let's see. Queen b1, I believe, or
Yeah. And king g2.
king g2.
Maybe you just take on h5.
Crazy. So, king d7, knight c5. Is there any else? Anything else?
Let's see what's the shortest way to win this game. No, not really. There's this idea of play queen f3 and just to capture on f6. I like knight c5 more.
Okay, let's check the next board. How about Ushenina versus Monteskaya? This is the position. Okay, Ukraine needs to push in this game. This will be their own chance.
Yeah, funny looking pawns of 5 pawns on the fourth ring. Yeah. What do you think about the time situation here? Do you think Alexandra will find herself in a time scramble? So 20 more moves to go.
Quite surprised. Usually Ushenina is taking a lot of time in the opening and the early middle game, while Alexandra is the one playing faster. So something is A3 was played. Probably
is not correct. That is a little dubious move. I don't know what is the reason.
Yeah, she will take on A3. This will follow some nice C3. Yeah, the reason is that she was unhappy with the central activity of white, and then she wants to make a counterplay on the queen side. And sometimes you just make it without like deeper analysis. So you just go for it. It's not that she did some due diligence. She's just playing A3.
Oh, you know what? You can just take. You can take B takes A3, B takes A3, and E5, and where the knight goes.
The first idea was to go to H7.
H7, and
Something.
do we have something funny?
Probably there is no need to have something funny, Keti. Maybe it's just some knights somewhere. Knights to C3, knight to F5, and then E3. Maybe this one will fall.
Oh, knight C3 is a strong move
Yeah,
because you
and
attack
then
the
some
pawn D5.
queen B7, for example. And then knight goes to F5, I believe. Or F4, F5. This is just strategically lost. So big concession. B8 played. I think that this is now okay. Alina is closer to a win than Anna, but anyway, Ukraine is at least finding a balance. Let's see how Kilbasa is doing versus Natalia.
Yesterday I had a small chat with Michal Cheshin, who is the coach of the Ukrainian female team, and I said, "How's your day off going?" And he's like, "Work, work, work, work." And I told him, "Are you taking some time to rest?" He's like, "No, no, no, we work." So we can see they are well prepared for today.
Yeah, Adrian is well known in trainers circles, coaching even Karpov. He was involved in many plays, progress, I don't know,
Yeah, we have him on the screen on the video, if we can bring, that's him.
That's him behind. I love those Ukrainian colors. So
Suit is very nice.
they have this yellow color representing Ukraine.
Yeah, and they're wearing it for every match. Actually, they're just bringing it because the first day every team had their uniform, but from second round they actually changed. But Ukraine always comes with a yellow suit.
So Natalia has played her opening superbly. This F takes G6 was a visionary concept, since if we go fast forward, suddenly this F file is of crucial importance for black, and she's one putting pressure over the F file, and now she's searching for a blow. Is there any killer blow already?
Bishop F3 is the move that Natalia played, and actually this is also Engine's advice to be played. I don't know really what is the reasoning of, if there's any tactic. No, probably you just go Bishop E4, you just keep this bishop here, that's what you can do.
But I love the way how she organized her play. Big kudos to Natalia, of course, she is a splendid player. So queen is stopping Bishop A3, so the rook is able to come to the F file. Bishop B5, and this battery helped black to come to F and then to E, where it will be very good. G5 is on the menu, some other sacrifice. This is like a strategical masterpiece.
You know what? The idea of bishop f3 is much stronger than I thought. The idea of bishop f3 was like, we can just pass the move and play something like a3 here in this position. And after bishop e4, let's say b4, the black's main idea with this bishop replacement is knight h4. Very nice idea. And the point is that you take on f2, next move. And the knight on g2 is hanging. And the bishop also on b2 was hanging, so yeah.
Very nice. So, Ukraine is basically doing very well.
They worked well yesterday, and this is the first time actually Poland is struggling in this tournament. So far they were quite solid, but right now we can see that on the two boards Ukraine has a better position. On the first board, Poland has actually very close to winning. Rook to c3 is a blunder, and there is a tactic in two moves. I would normally ask to our viewers to guess the tactic, but as we have 15 minutes delay, probably we will not get the this moment, but you guys go ahead and try before we say what is the good move. Rook c3 is a blunder, and in fact right now Natalia can actually get more advantage on the board. Let us know what you think is the move, and yeah, I can actually say the solution as well in a second. The time situation is also just good for Natalia, so she'll find it out if she has not spotted yet. So the move here, Alojzije, is knight to d4.
Very nice.
The piece sacrifice, queen takes d4, bishop takes on g2.
And rook, again this rook f2 stuff.
So f2 is a huge issue.
No, hang on.
Oops.
Queen e2 probably first. Yeah, sorry, queen e2, and then rook is penetrating. So Natalia is focused. Let's go full screen. You will for sure read, Keti, her body language.
Yes.
Is Natalia there to launch the sacrifice?
Yeah, he's calculating a lot of moves, and look at Olivia's posture as well. She also sees that very often we see the blunder in a second we make the move, so I'm sure she already sees this blunder, and very likely now she's just think what is the best way to defend the position. Seems like everyone has spotted something is happening on this board. Also the fourth board of Ukraine, she was observing this game. So knight d4 or bishop g2 will transpose to the same position, and this is the moment when actually Natalia can get the advantage of pawn or 2 pawns.
I think she will get advantage of like winning, you know, when it rains.
And she goes for it. Knight d4 is on the
Let's
board.
bring the board back. So knight d4
look at
just
Alina's
played.
face. She also, what is happening here?
So Alina was probably proud I'm doing a great job on winning on first board, which is tough really these days, and suddenly realized that her win, it's not the one decisive. So usually when it rains it pours, as here in Batumi. So after that blow, usually side who is defending is not ready to find the most precise defense, and it's not like pawn or 2, it usually becomes like a just lost position in few moves, because very well played by Natalia, kudos to her. She's playing very well in this event. If she wins this one, she will be 5 out of 6.
4 decisive results, 4 wins and 2 draws. That makes it
very, very well played. Kudos to Natalia. She is doing a really good job. I know that sometimes she's posting on Facebook that she is I don't know, somewhere in the gym. So her physical strength, she's also running sometimes, even some
Oh yeah, she told me
races.
that, because we have chat sometimes, and I meet her at some tournaments. I like to chat with her, and she said that she started to do cardio. She's also running, and she also does heavy lifting. And I was like, well done, I cannot do that, but she's very active, and also she's a member of the parliament in Ukraine. So also she's attending the sessions in her work.
Yeah, I think she's in Odessa, maybe member of
Odessa,
Odessa Parliament. What was funny, when there was a championship 2 years ago, last year actually, in Greece, in Rhodes, there was a marathon, and then she realized that there is a marathon on a free day, and she registered. Okay, she registered like for this 5-kilometer 5K race. But anyway, it's cool.
Rest day spent past.
It's very nice to see her playing well, because I think her rating is ridiculous, low, 2300.
Have you seen her videos when she was playing chess while she was doing gym?
No.
She was doing the push-ups with her coach, and she was also playing chess. So she was like doing push-ups and making the move, pressing the clock, and then getting up and doing
so gym chess. So now we have this also. We have freestyle chess, we have gym-style chess. Very
chess
interesting.
boxing as well.
Let's move on with the last board. As we were following before, Božena and Monica, it looked like it would be a draw, but Monica is a very experienced player, so she can outplay her opponent even in a like equal position. We can go with the camera because they are in our front game. So what has happened here looks slightly, still slightly better for white, because if white coordinates, two bishops advantage is something. White is doing well, actually. I like white's position. So Ukraine, they're doing very, very good in this match in the end. So first board is sort of lost, but others are there to deliver.
Yeah, so far quite sharp games, fighting games in the women's section as well. We also have interesting scenarios in the Romania against Germany, and we can actually go directly to the second board of this match. We might have some serious advantage for German player.
I just want to add that Queen F3 was played on the first board in Alina's game versus Julia. Regarding this match, of course I admire Poland. Poland is a very strong chess country, but for us as a commentators, for you dear viewers, we would love to see that the championship won't be over after this match. So win of Ukraine might complicate matters till the end, and we want some drama. That's why we are here.
Of course, we want some drama. Shall we see the game on the second board of Romania against Germany? Here we have
this bishop h6 looked like a winning or close to winning move, and g6 was sad necessity, after which white was sort of completely winning.
So I'm counting the brilliant moves in this game. Bishop h6 was first brilliant move. Second brilliant move is a rook e3, because with that you are sacrificing knight on f5. And also rook f4 is a brilliant move here, sacrificing the exchange.
Everything was well done. Bravo, big kudos to Hannah. This was awesome. What a domination. And she's also the one who is playing very well, not a single loss.
That's right. She has won so far only one game against Nina Batsishvili, but I remember this game was quite important for the team Germany to win against Georgia 1. She is very solid player, has been made draws in all her remaining games, and right now she is having big advantage. So tournament without any loss. I'm sorry.
we don't have brilliant surprises anymore.
Yeah, anymore is a good word. It used to be like that. There was some prizes for the good games, right?
Yeah, and before it was sort of matter of taste. But here, computers and engines now are giving evaluation if there is a brilliant move or not.
Yeah.
I saw in the chat that someone was mentioning that Magnus Carlsen is missing. Yes, that's true, as well as whole Norwegian team. Magnus was playing 2023, last championship in Budva, Montenegro. He was the best player of the event, getting a gold on the first board, not playing in the last round versus, I'm trying to recall against whom, because he wanted to get the medal. This is the only medal he was missing in his trophy room, and he was not playing in the last round, which was a bit shocking for viewers. And then he said, he was my guest in the studio, and then he said, I asked him, Magnus, people are asking why you are not playing today. Can I ask you directly? No. He said, no problem. And he said, the reason is quite selfish. I wanted this medal because Šarić was playing with Black versus Kamer, the same matchup we have today. And I said to myself that it's not likely that Šarić will win with the black pieces.
Yeah.
And in the end it was drawn, and Magnus took a gold. Also, I think he was playing in 2007, I recall, some European team championship, probably also a few more.
Yeah, he used to play a lot of these events, but recently, as he became a father, I think he will just cut some of the events from his calendar to spend some time with his family, which we will very much miss when he's around. Of course, it's different dynamics, and we like to see his games, but yeah, this is...
So, as you mentioned, this board, it's really a masterpiece. Regarding first board, we have slower games, but slower games sometimes tend to end up as a crazy fight, which was the case here. White is trying to press, but Dinara is holding, although White is the one who can push. I like how Irina plays. She can really press. Sometimes she has this talent of putting a serious pressure. So I believe that we can maybe go for a short break for 5-10 minutes, and then we'll follow the last moment of the time trouble. So we are coming back very soon.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At GlobalCell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. GlobalCell supports over 190 countries. GlobalCell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
So, welcome back. I have a great guest, current European champion, qualifier to candidates. Welcome, Matthias.
Yeah, thanks for having me here.
Yeah, so quite a smooth win today, or?
Yeah, finally, after having like a very disastrous tournament so far, at least like one game which I think I didn't play like extremely badly.
So yeah, actually we were in your favor, saying that it was not probably easy after the Grand Swiss. Many like interest of media and everything. It's not easy. It was not probably easy to focus and be rested for this kind of event, which is quite tough.
Yeah, of course, it's never an easy event. Like European teams, I mean, we were top seed, but I mean there are like so many strong teams, and immediately the first match we lost. So yeah, like both for the team and for me, like tournament isn't going too well so far, but I guess we are all hoping to like finish well and still get decent spots.
This is a good sign. Probably today you are about to win the match, or
yeah,
it's going in the right direction for you against my Croatia. Let's have a board. Let's see the moves. So d4, knight f6. Everything is expected.
Yeah, he surprised me slightly with dc4, b5. I don't think he ever really played it, or maybe like once or twice. I mean, normally he's King's Indian player, so like it was, I guess, a bit out of his comfort zone, but he wanted to surprise me. And I guess, especially since we had a rest day yesterday, he had like quite some time to look at some stuff.
Yeah, although you need to have something against dc, b5. This is quite popular, so.
Of course, yeah.
It's not like something that you are completely shocked.
No,
so, okay.
No. I had some ideas, so I wasn't like too shocked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knight c6. I guess so far it's all more or less normal. Bishop e3.
Have you noticed that Kovalenko played it against Van Velde?
Van Velde, yeah. I also saw. Yeah, I mean it's a very like, especially if you want to play for a win with black, like structures are a bit unusual. So I'm pretty sure like he wants to fight. But yeah, I think castles is already not great, because now, like, I mean, normally, okay, let's say bishop b7, I also just go a3, and basically I'm just hoping for black to castle kingside, because I won't castle kingside. And, like, it's very dangerous for black, which is exactly what happened in the game. I mean, sometimes black tries to go queen e7 and castle queenside, but yeah, he castled immediately. I thought a3 just to prevent knight b4. Maybe it's not precise here, but okay. Queen c2, I thought I'm like very comfortable, and knight a5 also felt just too slow. I mean,
yeah, he's making the moves which are, I mean, like a normal, but you're doing something else.
Yeah, like h4 and knight g5 is a huge threat, so he went f5. I mean, h6 just feels very risky for him if he tries to stop knight g5.
You will go rook h3? Or?
I guess I go rook h3, and then like always some bishop h6 is in the air. I mean, not that I saw something concrete, but it's very, very dangerous for black.
Okay, so he went for f5.
Ef, gf. But of course now his king is like eternally weakened, so it's also not the most pleasant position. Yeah, here I spent quite some time because I wasn't sure like how exactly I should punish. I mean, like knight g5 is not working yet. Like it would be nice to try to win immediately, but yeah, it just takes and rook f7, I think, or rook f5. But just,
probably rook f5.
Yeah, I mean both should be fine.
Yeah, so you played.
Yeah, I played knight e4. Always have this knight c5 idea, but yeah, maybe it's not the most precise. Queen d7 also surprised me quite a lot because he's always walking into knight c5. I understood his idea is always takes and queen a4. So. Yeah, like if I do it immediately, especially after queen a4, my pieces are very clumsy. My queen doesn't have a good square, so I felt rook d1 should be the move.
Okay.
Which is very logical. Yeah, rook b8. Yeah, I went rook h3. I thought, why not like try to attack some more? Yeah, king h8. He's going out of the file, which makes sense. And now I just felt like knight c5 should be the moment to try and crush immediately.
Takes.
Yeah, understood queen a. I mean, if he goes knight d5 instead, there's bishop d2, and his knight is hanging, c4 is hanging, so I think he's dropping some material. I mean, my king is in the center, so maybe he has some counter chances, but yeah.
So he went queen a4, queen c3.
Yeah, I felt queen c3 is the most principled. I just didn't want to play something else. I mean, like a lot of tempting options, but yeah, here I had to calculate quite a lot because he has to go knight d5 and I have to sacrifice, but yeah, it just felt like it should be winning. So
rook d5.
Bishop d5, yeah. Bishop g5, e5 is only move, I think. He can't protect f6 otherwise, and then he always gets mated. Knight e5, I think rook b3 is only move. And maybe I missed some win here because my opponent like looked very surprised when I played queen d4, so maybe he saw some other win for me, but I actually, I mean, it looks extremely lost for black, and I thought what I did with queen d4, queen f4 was very safe. I don't know, I couldn't make knight f7 check work, for example.
Yeah,
Like
bishop.
I guess rook f7 is the only move. If bishop f7, I have queen f6,
Yeah.
bishop h6, and just mate him. So, yeah, queen f6, bishop h6.
Yeah,
I think
this is a
just mate.
checkmate.
So he has to
needs
take with the rook, but
Yep.
I couldn't see a win. Bishop f6, king g8, rook g3, king f8,
Running,
bishop
yeah.
g7, and he's going to e8, I guess. And yeah, it didn't look
Correct.
clear to me at all. So I don't know. Maybe there's some win because he really looked shocked that I played queen d4. So he looked like he expected some other win, which maybe exists.
Bishop f6, knight f7 combo also doesn't work.
Yeah,
so
bishop f6, knight f7,
Yeah.
king g7. And
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
at least not easy. And I thought, like, what I calculated when I played this whole queen c3 was
yeah,
just.
it's just not winning. Yeah.
No, I thought queen d4 is just very simple.
And it's true.
He has to take on h3. I take back. And yeah, knight c6 looks like the only try. I mean, I'm threatening knight g4 or even bishop takes f6 and then knight g4.
Yeah.
It's a matter of choice. And also his bishop is always hanging. So yeah, knight c6 is only move, but now I have this quite nice queen f4 and there's no way to protect f6. And if he plays knight takes e5, bishop f6, I guess he has to take on
Yeah.
f6. And after king g8, I'm probably playing queen d8, queen d5. I'm not even taking on e5 because maybe he has queen a5, queen c5, but queen d8, queen d5 is just very clinical like this.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, too many pawns and his king is
So he played f5.
But yeah, knight d7 is very, very simple. I'm threatening bishop f6 check and also his rook is hanging, so he has to go rook f7 basically what he did and sacrifices rook on f6. And yeah, like the only try is to get back the pawn on c5 at least, but yeah, it just loses a piece by force.
Threatening checkmate.
Yeah, bishop g8 is a very ugly move, and like the only try maybe is if I go queen c8, then maybe he has king g7, and after knight g8 there's some queen d5, and like he's attacking my knight, threatening on h1. It's probably also still winning, but I thought taking on g8 first is much easier, because also if he goes queen d5 here, I have queen h7, which is like very simple. So yeah, it's okay. He took, and bishop f3. Yeah, I mean he has the c3 move to not lose a piece immediately, but he loses it a few moves later. Yeah.
Actually, very smooth win. I don't know that you could do something better. It seems to me that it was quite a smooth win, right?
Yeah, it went really well. I mean, probably I could have played more precisely somewhere, but
Let's just briefly, we can also add the camera. Let's just briefly check other games in this match. Maybe you can tell something more. So first board, Vincent went for this bishop e2, h4. Also a5 is quite popular these days.
yeah, a5 is like one of these modern ideas, which makes a lot of sense. You want to weaken something on the queen
So,
side. Yeah, very complex game.
yeah, and then he went this king f1 at some stage. Always to push h6 or not.
Yeah, it's very tough decision always.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't too happy because Saric is like a very strong King's Indian player,
Yeah.
and this looks like a very messy position. Like it's not easy to play for white, but okay, Vincent is super strong, so I'm normally not very scared that something will go wrong. But yeah, basically for the whole game I couldn't fully understand what's happening here, and I thought, okay, it's probably at least fine for him.
But okay, Saric played well.
Yeah, he took the pawn, and like the dark squares are a bit weak.
Somewhere he went wrong, I don't know where, but now it's quite complicated.
Yeah. No, I have no clue. Queen
He
c8,
took-
queen
yeah,
h3.
this was maybe missed.
This might have been missed, yeah. Because now he took the b pawn and he's up a pawn. It's still a bit messy, but also black's pieces are not so active anymore. So I
If
think
I'm
we
not
should-
mistaken, we can see on the camera that Brkic has just finished his
Yeah.
game, so it's a draw
Mhm.
versus Rasmus, and last board was drawn, so this one is a decider. So, but they're out of time troubles over time trouble. It's like 3 moves, so
Yeah, it looks very safe for us that we
Yes.
should win the match, because a draw is enough to win the match. So I feel like we should be very safe. I mean, I guess he has good winning chances, but it's still not easy.
Is the last European Championship 2023 still hurting? You were
A
so
tiny bit.
close.
I mean, most unlucky thing about is we basically played a perfect tournament and we were just unlucky on tiebreak, so it always kind of hurts a bit. But on the other hand, yeah.
Yeah, and regarding your personal goals, now candidates, of course, this is a huge thing.
Yeah.
Are you planning to change something, or I don't know, like put some additional effort in terms of coaches, or what to do on this level?
I mean, of course, I'm planning to change some things. But okay, for now it's like I had like 2 or 3 weeks after this, and like now I have this tournament, and I also have World Cup coming up. So afterwards I have like a lot of time to start.
Whom you are paired in the World Cup?
I mean, I skipped the first round because I'm top 50. In second round I get Adli or Grigorian.
Okay, Norman, have you played? You played 2 World Cups or more?
I played 2017, 2021, and 2023. So 3 World
So
Cups.
what's your best result there?
I basically always get to the same round, which is now it's called round 3. It's round of last 64 players. I always lost there, but I was always kind of underdog, or not. Once I wasn't underdog, but I played against Ivic, who had like the run of his life at World Cup.
He went to last 16, right?
Yeah, he went extremely far. Like he beat, I don't know, Andrekin after he beat me, and then he was very close to beating Fedoseev, so he was doing really well there.
Okay, so Vincent seems to be doing fine. He has enough time. Okay, so still like top place is reachable. I don't know, let's briefly check Ukraine, because it of course depends a lot about last 2 rounds. They depend of this match. So Giri Ponomarev, this is the position. Ponomarev played a very good game.
Yeah, it looks like he solved all his problems. I mean, no reason for black to be worse. The structure is always kind of fine for black, and if white doesn't do anything.
And then we have last 2 boards. Kovalenko is playing really, really good.
Yeah, he was always a very strong player, but of course he wasn't playing for a while. But yeah, he seems to be doing well. And I mean, I guess it's a match strategy also of Ukraine to have him like on board 3 or 4 to just always play for a win, because he's a very fighting player. And yeah, I think it's going perfectly for him so far. And
probably he's missing something for 27 plus level, but for this 2550 to 27, he's a monster there.
I mean, he also was 2700 at some point, if I recall correctly. So I'm not sure he's really missing something for that level, but
he can, okay.
For sure, he can reach that level.
So this looks like a tough position for white.
Yeah, d4 is.
c5 will be played in some stage.
I mean, it's black to move. Yeah, we can also just take on d4. Or
that's also pawn up.
I mean, yeah, it's not even clear if we want to just take the pawn and trade the knights, because it could still be quite some drawing chances. But yeah, like for sure, he's doing very well. So far, match looks really good for Ukraine.
And let's check the next board where we have Samonenko. I cannot really like estimate his strength. He's playing some positional chess, but Ihor is of course super talented. Yeah,
I think he's very strong and probably like around 2600 level already. For the moment, I would guess. I guess he's still a bit underrated. But yeah, it seems like he's
so it will be a draw.
Making a draw.
It will be a draw, and this game will be a decider. Maybe already above the first place. If Ukraine wins this one.
Yeah, and Queen C2 also very unpleasant move for white to face. Basically, no moves to make. Yeah,
we can go with the camera. We can check there. We can go full screen. Okay, that Kovalenko is really focused. Beljavski is always standing, no problem for him. 2 hours, he's behind the board. Giri just stood up. Yeah, everyone now realized that this is a key game. Okay, Matthias, thanks for joining. 2 more rounds. You can still come at least to fight for one of the medals. We will see which color. Yeah.
I guess we'll just have to see from match to match and try to win every match we're playing, and then see what happens.
Okay, thanks for joining, guys. We'll make a short break. I will just move on with the commentary.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
Tough moment for Netherlands. Kovalenko is there to deliver for Ukraine. Fabulous play by him. He's really playing super high level. I don't know how to praise him more. That's really a brilliant play. Rook has landed on b4 and now a4 pawn is a target. I don't know what Rook will do, but it's very tough situation. Yeah, Keti is back. Maybe it was not the perfect moment to have a guest since the time trial, but he's a European champion, candidate, tournament qualifier. So it's, I believe that viewers are happy to see Matthias. Let's go back to playing call. Let's.
Do you know a lot of people are just starting to end their game, so we already have just 1/3 of the players leaving already the playing venue and ending their games. Here we have Netherlands versus Ukraine on the screen.
Critical moment, the moment of championship. Rook b4 played. Rook is a really long time. It seems to me that the game is over. Of course, guys, don't underestimate last 2 rounds. For example, Ukraine can lose 2 matches. There are strong teams like Azerbaijan, like Hungary. So it doesn't mean that it will finish, but they will be close to put their hands on the trophy.
That is right. So how many moves they have still to? Oh, what? Just one more move.
Yeah, one more move. Then we will switch to other section. Is there any game which is far from finish in other matches where we have some drama around that we switch? Now Kovalenko will think for a moment. We will come back. Here the point is that Luke is desperately trying to come up with some counter play. Let's go to Azerbaijan versus Hungary. Let's go to Gledura versus Suleimanli, because there the board is on fire.
The board is on fire, and Team Hungary also on fire. They need to score wins now, as their all-third board has lost the game. Suleimanli also doing really great.
What a fantastic sequence of moves by Aydin. He's like Alojzije, a tactical monster. Super sharp, blow after blow, and suddenly.
Glendura in a very difficult situation. What he can do now?
I'm not sure, because he's like 3 pawns down. You can see on the camera that he's aware that it's a bad situation.
Bishop g4, rook g4 is now the threat, or rook to e1 to win the queen, or rook e1 not necessarily. Rook g4 is the move to play. That's why queen d6 has been played to open the road, and we can also see the first board has been ended. Shahriar and Richard made a draw, so now it is 1.5 to half for Azerbaijan. If Suleimanli also wins, this is game over for Hungary.
Yeah, they're about to win. In the next match, England versus Greece, I see some drama as usual in Nicolas' game. I don't know which move is that. There are 2 moves away, but Nicolas is delivering another fantastic stuff. In McShane versus Papaioannou, they're super low on time. Okay, here I think Gledura is on the verge of defeat. Maybe already this is dead lost in 1 or 2 moves. So queen d4 check, and king moved to h1, but this is, of course, rook e1. It's not the move. Don't think that this moves win. So what can he do? He can maybe move the king. Yeah, king f8. And that's it. In England versus Greece, any game still not
they have
yet crossed?
40 moves.
Yeah, let's go to, so McShane, Papaioannou, they're out of the time trouble?
Look, McShane. Yeah.
Yeah, and Royal Pavlidis?
Not this one, just a second. Yeah.
Yeah. So games are out of the time trouble. That seems that here, Pretke. Yeah, everyone is now out of the time trouble. So we will summarize the situation. So let's go one match by one. Giri, let's go back to Netherlands versus Ukraine. Giri has made a draw, and
Jordan
Kovalenko
and
is about to win versus Lukman Veli.
so
Hang on. No, he's still winning. Yeah,
the engine needs some time.
Yeah.
Make decision. So
I
we do
was
have
shocked.
2 draws already in this match, and then we have 2 games in progress, and it is Kovalenko, board 3, who is scoring for Ukraine, and he's doing his job perfectly fine. The last board seems to be also equalish.
Yeah, it's like a dead draw. So
Yeah, White will not lose that game.
and Luke has just made a move.
Played rook to d4.
Rook to d4, but this loses on spot because c3 is coming.
6 and 6.
So let's stay here for a moment because we might see Ukraine celebrating.
They're very confident, right? Look at Ihar's face. He's very confident at this point. Oh, I was there when, and Sulaimanli, I think, also won. We saw team captain Rajabov following him. I like how he's engaging with the players. When Safarli won his game, he was there. He was tapping on his back, and then they were walking together. Hugging and talking. So this is very nice team spirit that Azerbaijan has, and it's just fantastic to have a team captain like Rajabov, who was himself a key player of the team. And yeah, with that, Azerbaijan actually already won 2.5 to half at this point. 1 game is still in progress, Rauf Mamedov against Peter Leko, but this game will not be decider in this match.
Samonenkov versus Lamy, still some moves coming, but it won't change. Probably it won't change the outcome.
Oh, the black has this ruined pawn structure, but that's not enough for black to actually win the game.
So Leko checking the games. This is also
Leko?
Israeli captain. No, it's, sorry, Efimenko.
Efimenko, yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
You took the first part of the last name
Yes.
and you said Leko. Shorten the last name.
So let's move on. Of course, Kovalenko wants to be sure that he's doing everything well. You mentioned that Leko versus Rauf will be a draw, and most likely this will happen. Suleimani won, Safarli won, so Azerbaijan has won the match. We can go with the camera to next board. So
And yeah, I think he just takes, and the c3 will be
So-
very fast.
both players are missing, or is the game finished? The match finished? No. Jacket is there, so probably.
I don't see the piece. It's board 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mamedov versus Leko. But let's go back. It seems that we have a move in Kovalenko versus Van Veli. C3 just played, and is there any way?
Knight C6 played, attacking the rook, but now after rook 2, can I just take on b2?
Yeah, you can, but maybe he will insist with something else. There is also rook b2 with the rook b3 with the idea of check. Rook b3 and then c2. This also doesn't help. So rook b3 just wins some spot. Of course, he sees this. And I love the way, so I was sort of raising a question that is Kovalenko, maybe Kovalenko is missing some openings for 2700 plus play, but then Matthias said, no, he doesn't miss anything.
Yeah?
Yeah, that was nice appraisal.
Oh, wow. So looking at his player's card, he has not played since 2022, so he has such a big break. This is so heartbreaking for him not to have a chance to play. He started to play this year, 2025, and the first time that was in April, only few games.
Let's go full screen because we have resignation now.
Oh, yeah.
Coming. Yeah. So big kudos for Igor, fantastic player.
He's on fire.
Yeah, how about, I don't know if live rating is catching so quickly. Okay, we have delay, so they won't be able to update it a bit. But for sure he's climbing, so he's... Yeah. So he's 43 in the world now. He will gain today few points. He will be in top 40. More than Svidler, more than Tabatabai, more than Van Gaal. So, all around. Very good, very good. Wow. Big kudos to Igor. Awesome job. Let's just see, let's bring the board back to explain what was happening. So here, actually, Jan Smith in the studio was questioning a bit this decision to come with the rook from f1, but Luke had his own reasons. And actually, his attacking play didn't pay off, and that's it. That's about it. He was coming back with his pieces since there was no... I love this idea. Take a look, guys, of this concept. This is very deep, French defense style. Bravo. Botvinnik was doing that kind of thing, this transfer queen. This is example really classy play.
Wow.
Maybe a4 was mistake, but white want to do something. Later he lost because of that pawn. Awesome play. I'm impressed.
Wow.
I never could play on that level.
Oh
so.
My goodness, what just happened? He just brought the queen all the way on h7 and king g8 just locked this queen there. Oh my god. That's so good.
So good, so good.
Yeah.
So big kudos.
Good to have him back.
Yeah. Yeah, pity. But what to do? He's back. Let's speak about his future, and his future is bright.
Very bright. Just to give the updates, he played the few tournament, a few games in Ukraine, and then he played the event in Poland, Rubinstein Festival. And that was in August, actually. So after August, he was not playing, and this tournament was not as good as here, but seems like he had some warm-up before, and here we have him in the best shape.
Let's check England versus Greece. Let's update the games. I can go with the camera at the board, because all the games are in progress, and it's always nice to see. That's always nice to see. I think that, let's bring a board, I think that Nicolas managed to use his King's Indian experience, since he was actually playing a good game. Who was better here, I don't know. It's really hard to say because he's penetrating his second pawn for attacking possibilities. H5. Sacking a pawn in an endgame, it's not something we see so often. This is typical King's Indian sack, and actually, okay, guys, once again, I need to pray. Take a look from this point. In few moves what black has achieved. So this is a master class. So you have like bad pieces, white is pressing, you have a weakness, and now fast forward, and we are here. And it's a master class. Master class.
Wow.
He missed something in a process, but anyway, very good game by Nicolas Theodor. I'm also impressed. Let's say Kovalenko and Theodor, they have shown something special.
Yeah, and the Giri also.
No, okay, Giri is like a stable class,
there,
yes.
yeah.
But for example, those two players attract our attention a lot. And I want to praise them. I don't know how much, but I would love to repeat this, that this is something very, very classy from both players. Of course, Nicolas is playing against stronger opponents on the first board, and he's the leader of their team, but maybe different role than Kovalenko, but anyway, an awesome job.
They both score for their teams.
Here, Papaioannou versus McShane. It seems that Luke is outplaying Yanis a bit. I don't know what has happened in this game prior, but this is the case. And how Gavin Jones played?
Yeah, remember this game we were saying that White is such a fantastic position at this point, but things went really weird, and in fact, in the end, a lot of changes happened.
Yeah,
Let's take a look.
Gavin is fantastic practical player. He always have this poker face, and against him.
By the way, this move Bishop H5 that he played on move 41, it's a brilliant move.
Deflection at its best. Big kudos to Gavin, but we have.
And then Bishop G4 was also
We have
brilliant.
a game finished, and it's Shreas versus Pavlidis. A win by Pavlidis. So if Gavin will win this one, so Luke McShane is pushing. England looks very good. And Shreas, he was just outplayed. Something went wrong from the very beginning because he was in a bad position for most of the game. Let's go to another match. Let's see how Turkey is doing. So Serrano won versus Yilmaz. It was funny that it was two opposite colors bishop endgames. Serrano versus Yilmaz and Gurel versus Predke. Both looked unpleasant. Let's bring the board unpleasant to black. Serrano has converted, while Gurel is far away from anything tangible. But still, he has some chances. It won't be easy. This is a weakness. But maybe he can end up in a rook and a bishop versus a rook. As I mentioned, Serrano won versus Yilmaz. Emre Can against Injic. Who is better here? Not clear. Black is also fine. I don't see anything wrong in black's position. And the last board is Ivic versus Sanal, where Ivic seems to be pushing. He's a pawn up, but it's still far away from winning. Okay, so Serbia doing well versus Turkey. Let's see how France is doing. Maybe G4 and everything was too sharp from white side, and Deak is quite skillful when the opponent start to play aggressively against him without chances for attack. When it's sort of positional, he's very good, and he looks like he's much better. Ivan Sokolov is standing behind him, so he's quite happy with that game. Fresine Nisipiano draw. Gavrilescu won, and Lagarde versus Lupulescu. This is the current position. Lagarde is better, but it's still far away. So Romania looks very good versus France. It seems that Šarić has misplayed. Probably this was just a blunder. Here he thought that he can take on, I don't know, that knight g5 is a tempo. He missed queen b7, I believe, and now Keimer is a pawn up with the chances to win the game, which will take Germany towards victory. Armenia versus Spain. Unclear situation. Jaime Santos Latasa is winning. No, yeah, he's winning. Okay, so it's still good for Spain, and Armenia, they need to find a way how to equalize somewhere. Here it's normal position for black, and board number 3 we have Haik Martirosyan versus Yufa, so Haik needs to win. Some chances. Maybe Haik will be there once again to save his team. Let's just switch to women's section, our main matches.
Yeah, the Ukraine versus Poland, we have 1.5 to 1.5, and one last game is in progress, where actually Oshena just got a piece, and now she needs to make last correct move. And she will bring her team a victory, which means that Ukraine can just overtake the leader, Poland.
Mm-hmm. So, as expected, Kashlinska has won the game versus Osmak. Malteskaya versus Ushenina, it's like we can add a board, just dead lost. And as you mentioned, Zhukova, masterpiece. Pidubna making a draw. So very good day for Ukraine. Fabulous day in both sections.
They're doing fantastic in both sections. Not only today, but also the previous matches. It is impressive. Also, women team are missing 2 key players, Muzicuk sisters. They are not playing for the team, but even without 2 heavy forces, look at them. They're just shining.
But let's go to the next match, Germany versus Romania. That final touch of Hanna Marie was really awesome.
Look at
This Queen h7, take a look. Maybe there are some other moves for engine, but for human, let's bring aboard this Queen h7 stuff. Was really very nice final touch, and because of the fork, that's just winning for white, which takes us to Bulmaga versus Wagner, where Irina is slightly worse, I believe, but maybe it's normal. And we have Safarli versus Lehachi. Probably black is the one pushing, but it's hard to say. Okay, still quite open, and let's move on to the next match. Georgia versus Azerbaijan. Fatalieva was having a normal position, but now she is worse.
Alojzije, I have a question. It just
Yeah.
came to my head. These players, they're very active and they're playing very good level, but their rating is very low, 2200, for instance, for Josefina. But she's playing really high level, then it's not 2200 for sure. Why this is happening?
I think there's...
I'm not playing, I still have higher than her, but like, I don't know if we play, if I have a like practical chess, because I'm not active player. And she's playing a lot, not only her, but other players too, but their rating are still way below their true strength.
Yeah, I think they're struggling when they're playing in some open tournaments. What I've noticed when there is a like European Championship, European teams, even Olympiad, it's sort of players whom you can be paired are some pool of people you expect to play. And you either heard of them, maybe you played against them already, but when they're faced in some open tournaments and there are not much information available, during the game I have a feeling that players are not making the right decision, also maybe in prior to the game in terms of choosing the openings. So I've seen so many times that players like 2300 women players are losing to like some semi-amateurs of 1900, 1800. And then when you have that bad day in the office, it's really hard to recover. So I've noticed that the level of play, it's much worse in some regular open tournaments, massive open tournaments, than when they are on this, I would say, high-level scene. When they're on high-level scene, they really perform and play well. Here we had, for example, Zhukova. This is like a fantastic play today. But then I've noticed, or Stefanova, that sometimes in an open tournament she plays some regular open tournament, and I see this first, second round they are losing or making draw.
That's actually true.
And there they should focus on those games equally like this one, because rating each game is important.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, that's a huge true in that event. I can also relate myself to that. I can play fine against even 2400 player when this is kind of tournament, when I know that I have to, prepare myself and win, and then I might just relax too much at the open tournament.
Yes. You see some rating, you're not familiar with the player, and suddenly
they play something that Hikaru played on his game, and they know these tricks, and somehow you're just out of your comfort zone, and everyone knows. But whoever has, like, when someone has some kind of advantage, they can outplay you at any level. You're 1900 or like 1000, 2100 level. So yeah, it gets really dangerous, and that's how you're losing the rating.
Exactly.
Basically.
Exactly. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, that's true.
So, as I said, the rating of some players, as you said, it's a bit ridiculous. Yeah. 2200, 2300. That's something really.
Yeah. It's just, for me, hardest part is to see that they are having like less rating than I have, and I feel really bad because this is not it doesn't show the true picture of their level.
Okay, Keti, maybe it's a moment that we take a break, scan a bit games which are left, and then follow the final moments of today's round. But we can say that Ukraine has did a fantastic job in open section already, and in women's section they are about to deliver. So we can say that on top, Ukraine is really doing well, and of course they have a lot of supporters, a lot of fans. It will be interesting, will they keep up till the end with that level of play. So, see us soon.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
And we are back. This is European Team Championship 2025 in Batumi, Georgia. We're Keti and Alojzije, and the games are about to finish. This is very last part of a day, and in some matchups we do have already the clear results.
Yeah, something which was looking very fine for Poland from the beginning actually turned not completely, but let's say that Ukraine was there to deliver at the important moment, Ushenina and Zhukova being their heroes. And yeah, Alina Kashlinskaya is playing superbly in this event, but it was not enough. So Ukraine has finished their match. I love this final touch, just to liquidate, since after Queen F5 there is 97 fork, and with a piece up White just wins, which takes us to the following standing. Poland will be on 12 match points, Ukraine on 11, which is now, is it correct, right?
Yeah.
Now it's complicating the matters a lot, but for us and for you, dear viewers, it's of course
this is exactly
something.
what we want to have,
Yeah.
to have a fight until the very last moment.
Yeah, just to remind you, prior to this round, standing was that Poland was on 12 match points, Germany 9, 3 match point difference, and suddenly it's only 1, and they are not now in great shape. I believe they can
Germany
be shaken.
and Ukraine, yeah.
Yeah, so Poland still need to work hard to win this event. Ukraine is getting closer. Let's move to the next match with the women's section. Let's check how Azerbaijan is, or let's say Romania
Germany
versus
Romania.
Germany. Yeah.
Here we have a second board already scoring. Hanna Marie Klak is a really powerful player for Team Germany. She has not lost any game, and she got this victory now today, and other 2 games are in progress. Is there any way that this game can be a decisive result?
Okay, here we need to calculate. So let's say that black starts rolling her pawn. Maybe she was thinking that she can push f5, but that's not an option. So king f8 is needed, I believe. Bishop e4 will follow. King comes. And what's going on, Keti, here? King d6, king f4.
Very interesting, yeah. Maybe bishop g8 kind of things. Bishop g8 to stop king f5 for the moment. And if you play, yeah.
So what is now white supposed to do? Maybe bishop f3, but then I go bishop h7, so maybe how do you wait now with the white pieces?
You can also do bishop to b1 or something.
Yeah, but then I
template.
can go. Then I can go. I cannot take, unfortunately. Can I go? Maybe to this loses. Can I go to c5? Maybe I can't.
What you can do there, you can take with a bishop instead of that. And
You know why I cannot? Because of this move.
oh, that's so nice.
So how do I wait? This is super complicated, although it looks very simple. So king c5 is, how do I wait? King e7?
I can take bishop d5,
Bishop
king
d5.
f5, and bishop e6. Or I
Or,
get it.
because h6 is dropping. I will take f6 and g6. Maybe this is better move. Yeah. Hang on. Bishop g4. Yeah, I should take
You have
on
to
it.
take.
Yeah. This is one. So what do we do? So we wait like this, and it's a draw.
Interesting.
Not so simple at all. Let's go full screen to dig a bit deeper. Irina likes to be super focused. Fingers on her head, but now Dinara is doing the same, which means that this is quite complicated. Since we have Safali versus Lehachi on the camera, let's bring that board. Let's check what's going on here. As I said, black is pushing, white is obviously slightly worse, but this spin helps her a lot, sort of eternal. But it's easier to play it with black. Queen e4 played, which is a normal move.
To avoid queen f3, right? That was the idea.
Yeah, stopping queen f3. The move
h5.
So what, h4? Probably. This is a normal move for white.
Yeah, I don't want to allow this pawn to have any chance to create the weakness, right? Because black can play next move h4 and you can take with the queen, so you have to take with the pawn, and that's unnecessary expose of the king.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't see how Romania can hold in this match, so it's obviously Germany is on a better side in this match. So let's move to Georgia versus Azerbaijan. There we have much more complicated events, since Mamadova won versus Arabidze. Somehow Mary cannot return her best shape. Bela Kotenashvili won versus Beidulayeva. And we have 2 games left. Lela Evakishvili is much worse. Basically, she's losing versus Balayaeva, but Tsatsalashvili is pressing over Fatalieva. It's
everyone's
yeah. So we will have maybe 4 decisive games, which is not something which happens so often at the team events. I see Lela getting ready for winter. It's cold in the playing hall, but sometimes it's better than if it's too hot, then you cannot.
Not so cold actually.
Yeah.
The other days we had more.
And when it's hot, then your brain, you get exhausted, I think, very quickly.
Well, it's so difficult to find the right temperature when you have so many hundreds of people in one room.
So what's going on in Fatalieva's game, Ulvias versus Tsatsalashvili? So 2 potential passers, and black needs to keep an eye on both of them. Just to remind you that Ulvia hasn't lost a single game. Nino, 2 games, no draws. Crazy.
No draws, wow.
That's really wow.
Yeah, this is the first time Nino plays actually on the first board, so first time I think, or maybe second time, but always playing always on the first board, right, for the team Azerbaijan.
Although, if I'm not mistaken, in the Olympiad or summer she was not playing first board. Also in the Club Cup for Azeri's team, so I think they're missing some players, no?
They're missing the sisters of Mamedyrovas.
Okay, but Balayaeva, I think they're having higher rating. Let's check Azerbaijan women rating list. So I'm quite curious.
Who's missing?
Yeah, I have a feeling that I'm missing some player, but maybe I'm just wrong.
You're doing from here?
Top federations probably, but
Which one?
ratings, top federations, I believe.
Which was here, country? Azerbaijan. This is one?
I'm not sure, maybe you need to readjust it.
Let's see.
Okay, while you're searching, we can maybe switch to another game. So let's see, Lela, how this game is tough for her. Is there any chance to be solved or save this problem? But I don't see. It looks like just a dead loss position. Let's move on to the next match, where we have Spain versus France. Just to check this game, France won on the first board, and on the fourth board here they are also doing well. Only on the board number 3 things are not so simple. Yeah, but black seems to be doing well, so Spain is in worse position. Hang on, no, I'm saying wrongly. So France won on first and fourth board. Here they are worse, they are losing, and this one be a decisive if Spain can win. If Matnazde wins this one, she can maybe hold for Spain. Is Matnazde is originally from Georgia?
Yes, she's Georgian and also lives in Georgia, and some big part of her life she spent in Spain, and she changed her federation, so now she's between Georgia and
so the lineup of Azerbaijan, I probably wrongly had the feeling that someone is missing. So whom do we have in the team?
The first seeded in the country is Fataleva Ovia.
She's playing board number 1.
Second is Mamadzada Gona.
She's missing. She's missing. She's a strong player.
She's a very strong player.
She's not here. Then?
Yeah, she recently became a mother, and that might be the reason.
I
Then
think
we
she was playing some first board in some events.
Yes, she's usually the first board, but however now she's 20 points behind Fataleva. Then we have Gofran Bedoyaleva.
She's here.
And then we have Hanim Balayeva.
Yareva, she's here.
And then we have Gonar Mamadova.
And she's here. So, and Alakvedieva. Okay. So it's like a normal, except Mamazada, yes. Which is important, of course. If you're lacking 24 plus player, it's not easy to make a substitute, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
Moving on to other matches. How about Hungary versus Armenia? So this is the current position, and they are quite a long time. 5 minutes versus 6. Black is better, but I don't get it why this position engine estimates as a equal one. Crazy. No, this must be better for black. Unless some, bishop e7 will be played. Okay, or no. This is bad. Queen f3 coming, so I need to move my king first. At least, this is how I see it. But where? No. Queen f3 is coming, so I need to fight. Sorry, queen g5, I don't see, I'm blind. Queen g5, and that's why it's a draw. Okay, yeah, queen g5, and this will be a draw. Now I got it, and the next one is Petra Pap versus Elina Danielyan, and Petra is just totally winning. So first board will be drawn, third board will be win for Hungary, which means that, okay, anyway, Armenia is winning the match. Greece versus England. England needs to win the following position. Okay, there are small chances, but it's quite drawish due to the possible perpetual. Antoneta Stefanova has lost the game. Krsteva is in following position. And what's going on here? It won't be easy to win this one. Interesting position, so maybe king g1, yes. Okay, the color for white is favorable, but how white is improving if black waits. Yeah, rook h3, and now white needs to come up with something smart. If I go king f1, okay, black can start attacking with something with like rook h2. So probably this is not easy to win at all. So they are repeating a bit. And board number 4. We have this position. Which is probably drawn, but not so easy. Okay, let's switch to the open section. Let's go back to our open teams battles. Let's see what do we have. Let's bring the board. So big win for Ukraine. Azerbaijan has won the match, but Leko is still playing. We can go with the camera there to Hungary versus Azerbaijan. Leko is still pressing. Rauf is trying to defend. Let's bring the board. He's a bit low on time. So many possibilities. It's really hard to navigate here. But Rauf is a good endgame player. England with Hugo Teodoru a draw. And McShane needs to win the following position. Let's go to England versus Greece. It's not so simple. Not simple at all. Let's bring the board. So Yanis is there to find a draw, and it looks that this will happen. I'm not sure that white can move on. G3 will need to be played. That will expose white's king, and then usually queen and a knight, they can create something. The problem for white that white cannot come closer because the bishop is hanging.
Maybe something like queen to c4 to prepare g3, so you can have then h4 square for the queen to build up a pressure on the king side as well.
You can start with queen c4, but he wanted to move.
Easy,
He will start attacking f2. Then when you come back with the king, then he go back to a1. Not simple at all. Gawain Jones to win that kind of game, that was really awesome from a bad position. Let's see how Serbia is doing. Gurel is worse versus Gurel is much better versus Pretke, but I don't know, is it enough for a win? He's pressing a lot, and it seems that he's done it. King March. Rajabov is checking the game, and Ivic then needs to win his game so that Serbia can claim a victory. Is he winning? He is, but it's a bit messy. Yeah, this should be just...
Well, if you take now h takes g4, then queen b1, queen h7 repetition, right? So I have to be a bit careful.
Although it's not a repetition, there is knight g1. So if I take, if you go queen b1, there is knight g1. Also maybe, I don't know if king can hide to g3. So it's not that this taking is bad, so he just took. Yeah, it seems to me that it's a game over, that Serbia will win this match. Ivic playing very, very well in this event, only not losing a single game, only draws and a win. Important part of Serbian team. Romania versus France. I don't know if we have them on the camera. We have. So Deak is on the first board in the following position, and it's just a draw. At least it seems so. And on board number 2, Lupulescu was a pawn down. On board number 3 versus Lagarde, and not much has changed. Not much has changed in this position. Germany versus Croatia, Winzer Kemer won, so it was 3-1. Spain, I think we have them on the camera. Martirosyan versus Jufa and Hovhannisyan versus David Anton. This is the current position. Looks quite drawish, but yeah, who knows. 97.8 accuracy versus 97 is 97.7 is black's accuracy. Then we can move on to the next board where Ufa is playing versus Martirosyan. In that game, white is an exchange up, but it looks that black should hold. Although Martirosyan is very tricky. So white wants to come to f5, but black will then need to be very, very passive. Czech Republic, Bulgaria ended in a draw, 4 draws. Georgia won versus Slovenia. I think we have them on the camera. Mechedashvili lost versus Fedoseev, although something was strange in that game. White was like winning. In Slovenian match, yeah, Fedoseev was on the verge of defeat, but then somehow Mechedashvili has misplayed it, and yeah, it's +3. I can't. Crazy, completely winning, +3.5.
Blunder happened?
Yeah, I'm just checking.
Oh.
This knight c3 was a huge blunder.
And what's the blunder? 92 or 90?
92, 93, probably. And the bishop as well.
It's a full rook, yeah?
Full
my
rook
goodness.
blunder. So Fedoseev was on the verge of defeat against Mechedashvili, and now Slovenia is trying to win rook versus knight, which is not something which will happen. Then we can check Denmark. I think we have them on the camera versus Poland. So Denmark is leading. Poland, they need to win on demand this position. Of course, black is better, but there will be some job to be done. Who is standing there behind? Someone is over with his game, trying to recognize, or just taking a jacket. Regarding lower boards, Nils Grandelius is a pawn down versus Keinanen, which is a bit surprising, but of course not so strange. Austria lost convincingly versus Italy. Giga Kuparadze won again. He's playing very, very well.
1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock.
Exactly. As I mentioned, that for Israel, Latvia will be a tough opponent, and actually that was the case. The match was drawn. So it's a moment maybe that we switch back to women's section.
We do have one game in progress in the game of Romania and Germany. On the first board, we have this bishop endgame. And in this game, Azerbaijan, Georgia, still nothing really changed in this. Oh, wait a minute, maybe on the board 2. Oh, I think on the board 2 I miss a chance.
Really?
Is it winning?
So Georgia versus Azerbaijan, board number 2. So being a 2 pawns up, no, this is not so simple at all. And it seems that it's a draw.
It's a draw, yeah. White cannot really hide the king and improve the...
That's strange. By the way, Spain won both games, and now it's a tie.
Oh wow, that's so surprising.
Shocking. She's quite convinced that she's winning.
I don't think so. I don't think she is. I think she knows already that it's a draw. But why she actually gave up the F pawn?
She wanted to liquidate. Rook b4 was fine, but then you just keep the b pawn. You don't need a h pawn. So I think that was a mistake.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what was the winning here? Oh, this is so beautiful. Instead of rook h7, there was only move that was winning here. Rook h8, king h7, and just push the pawn. And let's see, we just pass because checks will not make any sense. Then you hide the king there.
But this
You're
is
winning.
not so simple at all.
Yeah.
This is a bit strange. Let me think. My opinion is that here, that white should just connect the pawns. Just to play something like king b6 maybe, and king f5, and start rolling the pawns. This is one for sure. But few moves before, as you said, it was probably necessary, not necessary. But now things are not so simple at all. First board, in the meantime, Fatalieva is lost. So Georgia turning the tables, And this means that Georgia will win the match.
So let's take a look what will change in the standings. Now Georgia has 8 points, and if they win they will have 10 points, and third position, sharing from third.
Yeah, just once again to explain, if you take, king takes, this actually helps. And king up, and it's a simple business. I can come down with the king even, so it's just dead lost. So Ulvija is about to resign.
We do have turns of events in the game of Bulmaga against Wagner. Actually, Dinara is having some advantage.
Really? We will
Yes.
come back to that one. That's surprising. King e3. Easy win for white, last moments. Ulvija is about to resign. Good win by Nino. King comes in front, and when king comes in front, it's always winning for the side, stronger side. Yeah, congratulations. And after this handshake, we need to move to board number 2, where the game is still in progress. Let's go to the game you mentioned, Bulmaga versus Dinara Wagner, Romania versus Germany in the women's section. So what has happened? So actually the game came to the position we were following. She didn't go for this bishop c2. She played bishop g2, which was not so simple. And then came this g5. Okay, so Irina wants to win the game, right? To level somehow the score.
Yeah.
But it's obvious now that she is the one losing.
Needs to, yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes in team chess this is really painful.
And how black will increase the pressure here? Just push the... Yeah, what's the idea actually for black as well? If I just play king, bishop a2, bishop c4.
Good question. So you wait, bishop, but then I go bishop c2. So you need to wait with bishop d1.
I don't know why bishop f5, but you can play bishop h7, bishop g8,
But
bishop
why not
f7.
bishop c2? What am I missing? I cannot take on a4, right? And then you come into g6. Regarding finished games, finished matches, Bulgaria finished their match versus Georgia 2, and in the end Bulgaria prevailed. We have them on the camera. Petar Arnaudov, Radeva Krasteva, and it was won by Bulgaria after a big fight. Mai Narva is playing very well. Netherlands played 4 decisive games, 4 wins with the white pieces in that match. So Estonia, Netherlands, it was 2-2. Marina Brunello lost versus Laura Unuk. She is playing very well. Kirtadze in the end made a draw versus Teodora Inac. Kesaria Megalaze draw versus Pogorelski. We have still Adela Velikic playing. Let's check.
Oh my goodness, the game between Palayeva and Javahishvili, it turned back in favor of white. You know, in every move, the evaluation changed so much. And white is still winning.
Okay, we'll go back. Let's just briefly check Serbia in women's section. I don't know if we have them on the camera. Maybe we have. Yeah. It seems that black is winning and that Serbia will make a draw. King in front. Rook b3 wins here. Rook b3, king in front, and that's it.
But rook c... you have a checkmate, yeah, on the background.
Yeah. But hang on, who is on the move? What if
black.
I give checkmate? You checkmate in 2? No? Check and check.
It's black to move, yeah?
Is it? Yes. Mate in 2. And she's thinking, she doesn't see it. Check and check. Let's go full screen. This is brilliant.
Look at the coach.
Mate in 2. Joshua is watching the game.
Oh no, screaming to play that.
Yeah. No. She didn't see it.
Oh my god, look at the face of Joshua. Poor guy.
Mate in 2 or 3.
Yeah. Look Kirtadze as well, in the back.
That was the right moment to come here. And then we will stay, you know, we will stay when she will get this
don't
info.
Don't you think that Nia
Yes.
also saw it? Look at her. She also saw, everybody saw it now.
Yeah. Anyway, it wins. But it's funny, let's go back with the board.
That was a good moment.
Yes. But Serbia is struggling in this event. And Georgia, this is Georgia 2, I think.
Georgia 3.
3, sorry.
Young
Georgia 2.
team,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, sorry.
Wow, this is so dramatic, right?
Check. King will start marching. But okay, this you can misplay. Check. Okay, but king goes closer to the, after rook f7, king e4, king d5, that direction.
And it's already checkmate net, so we cannot do anything else but to play rook on the first rank.
And king goes to e4.
There is no... Jojo is back.
Now I'm waiting for this moment when
So funny.
they will approach her.
Yeah, and tell him the truth.
Yeah.
Actually, he was also my coach, and he's very very good at this position. He's not very emotional to give you bad emotions, and you know, like sometimes coaches are very, you know, very direct. So he's very good coach.
Yeah, it's important that you give this like confidence.
He's like, I should be now already eating dinner.
Correct, exactly.
Yes, he's a very nice coach, and now he's coaching the young team, mainly coaching the young team. He was working with the main team, but now he switched to the young team, so a very nice coach.
Regarding Nia, she's on 50%. Adela is -1. Rook will go to d7, but it's quite simple. Rook d7, king goes to c6, rook to d1, so this will happen. Now black can take and win in many ways. King b7 or rook b7, that's it. So, not many games left in the open section. We have only few. Same goes for women's section. You can see with the camera.
Can we check the game of Georgia and Azerbaijan? Is it?
Yeah, but let's just wait for this. Let's go full screen here. Let's go full screen here in this position. Because now it's really final moment. Peteleko made a draw versus Mamedov, so that match is over. McShane is still playing. We will go back to that match later. Serbia won. Romania match is still in progress, and it seems that Lagarde is winning. We will come back to that. Armenia is still playing versus Spain. Okay, let's go back to our first board of Germany versus Romania. It seems that Dinara has won the game. They are leaving. Let's go back now to Serbia because the game just finished. Let's see if someone is coming.
Oh, we need the conversation to see. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's check it. Is there any remark? Will someone say anything? I'm quite curious.
Always with this paperwork, yeah?
Yeah.
Bureaucracy.
There are some congratulations. Maybe some anti-cheating, fair play, yeah. Now, maybe she will be asked. Yeah, I think they're talking about it. I didn't see it.
read the
Yeah.
lips.
Okay, cool to see that.
I wish that was my only issue, not to see.
How is now,
checkmating it too, right? She played a good game. She
Yeah.
totally outplayed her opponent.
How is now a live rating list with Keimer winning versus Šarić?
Like what?
A live rating list.
Live rating.
Keimer climbing, world number 8. Getting closer to Alireza.
Yeah.
Kovalenko is now world number
40.
40. Rapport
bad,
also
not
climbing. Top 20 back to top. Okay, let's move on to other games. So we have Alojzije. Let's stay there. Let's go to Azerbaijan versus Georgia. Very important last moment of the game. Okay, 5 to touch the pawn. Okay, king.
Oh no, this was a blunder. King d4 was a blunder. Now rook a5 cuts the king, and you cannot do much about it.
What was she should do it now?
She had to move the rook away. Now it's drawn.
Still it's not fully simple. Okay, this game will take some time now. All the players are long on time, but anyway, let's go to open section. Let's try to find some games to follow. We will have. So let's go to Greece versus England. McShane versus Papaioannou. Slovenia, I believe that game is drawn. Demchenko. Yeah, I believe it was over. So let's get this one. Let's go to England. Current situation is following. Let's bring them on the camera. Let's find England versus Greece. Is the game still on?
We can't find it.
Maybe. Yeah, they left. I'm trying to read. I think this is the match, but I cannot catch the result. White won, probably.
After queen e3, I don't see more moves. and
Ah,
I see
G3 is coming, so probably this was.
black timed
Let's
out.
bring the board. So how he managed to win this one? Yeah, leaving the first rank was probably like a decisive mistake, because after that king went to G1 back, bishop entered the game, and look has managed to regroup here, and it's just winning. So let's check what do we have left. Let's go to Denmark versus no, that's over.
We
How
have
Poland?
3 games. We have 3 games in progress, and 2 games from there. We have Spain versus Armenia, and 1 game we have Finland versus Sweden.
So how Tesla played? Let me see. Poland won the match in the end. The draw. So Tesla won his game, so it's 2-2. And here, yeah, we have them on the camera, so it's 2-2, which takes us to the match you mentioned. It's Armenia versus Spain, so let's go there. Let's see what's going on. Romania, how Romania played. So it was 2-2 in the end. Lupulescu, I think, lost it.
Against?
Romania, it's France versus Romania.
No, Romania won 2.5 to 1.5. Last sport was decisive.
Hang on, because I thought that game is just one. Hang on. Let me try to find it. So Lupulescu. It was opposite Carl's Bishop with a pawn was alive, or so I saw it wrongly. So let's bring the board back. I thought that this is a position where white is on the move. Let's bring the board back. But actually f6 was falling. So Lupulescu managed to hold. Kudos to him, and they won versus France. This is how the things went. So let's go back to Spain. We have only those 2 games. This is the current situation. In this game, black is a pawn up, which is surprising. And here, white is pushing. So, and this game is also Finland versus Sweden. If we could combine the cameras, you would see what's going on. So let's stay for a while with this camera angle. So you know what's going on. Jufa is an exchange down, and he's trying to survive. David Anton is a pawn down, but it looks drawish, while in the women's section, Lela is trying to hold. Versus Balayaeva. And it seems that she's successful.
Yeah, 2 side pawns. They're extra, but not so easy to convert those pawns.
We see some action. Captains are there checking the games. The day is long, but also when you're playing, then it becomes shorter.
Yeah, that's true. Do you see any of this game to last forever?
No, okay. Robert will move back and forth, but depends of Haik Martirosyan versus Daniil Jufa. If Daniil holds, then no, sorry. Robert needs to play. They both needs to play, because anyway it will be a loss in the match for them.
So far, yeah, it is 1.5 to half, so Armenia is in must-win situation.
So let's bring the board back. I'm curious about this position. Haik, I don't know, Keti, if there is one small chance, take a look what he has achieved from this position. Let's bring them on the camera. So something like, I don't know, not here. Yeah, take a look. From this position to end up in this position. No, that's, I don't know how to explain how hard. If I would play like 10 times, I would never achieve it. 10, you give me 10 times this position.
It's magic stick to do that.
No, this is,
fast.
and to be able to find a small chance, you know how big effort you need to create, and probably he will win the game. For me, it's something special. So Haik can really play 27, 20 and more chess, and he was rated on that level. So sometimes like games of this type, they went under the radar because people see that, okay, someone was having two pawns for the exchange, and probably he misplayed it. No, he didn't misplayed it. He didn't misplayed it without a reason. Sometimes I'm telling this to my students, that if you are posing problems to your opponents, and if you are playing that kind of chess which is with an idea, suddenly you get rewarded. And people tend to say, take a look of that Keti, she's so lucky, her opponent blundered. No. Those blunders are coming
from
pressure.
very hard.
And Haik is that kind of player in those positions. Brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that concept, that people who tries their best, they get luck. This is move 91, and yeah, I think this game will continue 120 moves or so, if not more.
Okay, we have captains. So Georgia, the match is finished. So Movsi and Abbasov discussing. Take a look. I was deep in my thoughts, but it's 3 for the repetition. No, the game is still on, but they are, or is over. Is there a claim? I believe there is a claim. So Lela is claiming a draw. No? So what's this position? Yeah, this is once, 3 times. Yeah, computer says it's 3 times. Let's go full screen. We are waiting for the, can you find them?
Don't really know where they're checking this. Is there any extra room where they're going, or they're checking? I think they're just checking with the computer.
Yeah, but it's quite easy, yeah. Okay, we can leave this camera, make a combination of 2 cameras so that we can maybe keep an eye if they return to the board. But let's switch to Spain. So in the women's section, I think, Keti, that we can conclude our day if these games ends up in a draw, because other games are over. And yeah, regarding results, so Ukraine won versus Poland, Germany versus Romania, Georgia versus Azerbaijan, it seems so. France draw their match versus France, Armenia. Okay, they're coming.
Come back and the game continues.
No, they're signing the score sheets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's over. Let's go full screen. Let's go full screen to Georgia. I think that Hanim is now really
Very upset. So
sad,
close
yeah.
to win and save the team.
But as I said, it's very important to have this quality. This is how you keep your rating and results. Then okay, of course there is no, like you cannot say the system of saving lost games. But it's important that you have this ability that you save like 2 lost games out of 10 or something like that, at least. Because it can be like 10 or 20 rating points.
Exactly.
And come on, to collect 20 rating points somewhere, it's not so easy.
That's all I want.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So let's move to the open section. So let's follow the last match. Has something changed here? We will briefly check those games, but this is the only match we are following, Spain versus Armenia. We can add the board as well, just to read you the results. So Ukraine won versus Netherlands, Azerbaijan versus Hungary, England versus Greece, Serbia versus Turkey, Romania versus France, Germany versus Croatia, Spain you can see, Czech Republic, Bulgaria level, Slovenia drew their match versus Georgia, 1. Same as Denmark versus Poland. Italy won versus Austria. And that's more or less it from the top results. Let's just briefly check what's going on in this game. Martirosyan is winning, and his compatriot Hovhannisyan is moving back and forth, but I don't see that anything can happen here. So let's just follow final moments of this game. Rook b5 just played. He's preparing to check. Hang on, why this king d5 was not, king c4 was not so great, I don't know.
Rook f5 probably.
Rook b6 just played. So let's bring the board back. Let's just discuss it for a moment. So rook b5. There was a winning move. Rook a1.
Bishop b2 and rook b1.
Rook b1, this wins, but if you go rook c5, then probably I'm not sure. I'm not sure that this. I don't see the point. I don't see why king c4 was so bad. And now rook b6, it's some kind of improvement. So he went back, king d3. Brilliant. Yes, so I see the point only now. So here, this was the point. Rook a8, for example, checking b7, rook a7, rook f5, rook c7, bishop b2, king, no, rook b7,
Yes.
and then rook b7, and then only running square is this one, but then it shuts the defense. And if you go rook,
No,
bishop,
king c2, king c2.
but why? I can go this way. Okay, now he will sack 3 pawns. This is like the concept. But rook h1, and I will
rook is
win.
on c7? This
I
on
attack the
c7.
bishop
Okay.
because bishop can go to e3 another way. I don't know. This is what I noticed. It seems that Haik is missing that small detail.
The first board has been finished meanwhile.
Second board, you mean? Okay, so what was the result? In David Anton Hovhannisyan, It's a draw.
Draw.
Yeah. Yeah. So this game is crucial for Armenia. Haik needs to win, but he's winning. Once again, pulling out a miracle. So he started with a draw, then completely lost game versus Livajic, made a draw. Then he was sort of winning versus Finek, but it was draw. Then doing a masterpiece versus Gavrilescu. Then making an easy win against Luka Draškovic, draw versus Safarli, and now he's here to deliver.
So he knows that the bishop on c1 is kind of stuck now. Like even now there's no square for this bishop. But there's a need of this moment to attack it.
Okay, now I believe that he will see the motive. But black is combining this rook sacrifice, a bishop sacrifice on f4. This is Haik's concern, to allow this or not. But I believe that he can allow it. Because if bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, you're not on time to take on h4 because f7 is dropping and this is a lost position.
The captains are nervous. This is the last board, actually.
Yeah,
in the program.
this is the last game. We will wait for a few moments. But if not much will happen, we will need to leave you. But let's try to wait for some action. King f3. Okay. Oh, rook a1, sorry. Bishop d2. So, Keti, since we have some time, will you play my favorite game? Will we play my favorite game? I give you 2 options and you answer. For example, red dilly, white
only
wine.
answer questions about food.
Okay, so red dilly, white wine.
Red or
White.
white?
White wine.
Yeah, dry
Okay.
white.
Dry white. Pizza or a burger?
Pizza every day.
Pizza? Okay. Interesting. Banana or an apple?
Apple.
Interesting. What else we can ask? Let's say pasta or risotto?
Pasta.
Italian pasta.
Now I'm getting more hungry. It was not a good idea.
Yeah. Hot dog or sandwich?
Sandwich.
Sandwich. Sicilian or King's Indian?
Sicilian.
White or black pieces? I don't know, there are some who like to play with black.
Good black.
Blitz or rapid?
Blitz.
Freestyle or classical?
Classical for sure.
Classic.
Freestyle, I'm too bad for that.
YouTube or Twitch?
YouTube.
iPhone or Samsung?
iPhone.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, always. Every day.
Train or plane?
Both.
Oh, so you are not sure there.
I like training process.
No, train, like traveling. Train or plane? But okay, it's fine that you like training process. Training
I
process.
thought you asked me about playing chess or train
No,
chess.
so training in a train.
Oh, that's actually,
No.
see how close it is.
So train
you-
or a plane?
I said train and you said it's good that, what? What did you say? It's good, why it's good?
It's good that you like to train, but I'm asking about traveling.
Traveling. Plane, I guess. Like, I'm really stressed when I have turbulent situation, but it's so short. Train is like hours and hours and hours.
Summer or winter?
Depends where.
Okay, so
Summer
let's say
mostly, yeah.
skiing
Summer,
or
summer.
beach. Cruiser or resort? Hotel resort.
Or cruise.
Cruiser, like cruise, yeah.
Cruise.
Cruise? Cool. Seinfeld or Friends?
Friends.
Okay. Fine.
Have some picture now about me.
Swiss or round robin?
Round robin, I guess.
Round robin, all style.
Yeah, weak round robin.
Really.
Where you can win.
A book or I don't know, a movie?
I think movie fast. But there's also very nice process of reading, so yeah. I still will go with movie, but I like also books.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee. I like coffee.
Espresso or cappuccino?
Macchiato.
Por favore. Okay, it
Any
seems that
day.
now the game, let's go back with the camera, so we will keep up next time.
Is the bishop just...
Yeah, he just
Oh.
blundered the bishop. Bishop was trapped. So here, instead of rook d6, rook a6 was needed. He just misplayed it, and now rook c3, and our little game is over. And
And
it
a
became
handshake?
it became fun.
All they wanted was this little game of ours.
Yeah, let's
We
go
have
full
like-
screen here, just to check with the camera. Last moments is you find this pair. We can move off the board.
Wow, this guy.
Yeah,
Mark
Haik
Josiah,
is really
Look at the captain, you can't believe how
Yeah,
like
Pashikian is there. He was also a strong player, 2600,
Yeah.
I think Armenian champion even at some point.
Wow.
Yeah, score
Height is
sheets,
amazing.
some small talk, chat, trying to discuss a bit. It's tough. Yeah,
He's
Ufa
kind
is,
of player he can reach big
Yeah.
in chess.
Okay, we have I think a different angle of this game just to show you that players are leaving, or maybe we don't have, but there was a handshake of the Spanish captain to Armenian captain. Haik is somehow still in a game, so he cannot move away so fast. I think, Keti, that we can not slowly, but we can finish.
Finally.
Finally finish.
Is the word.
Let's try to catch the dinner. So, guys, very interesting chess, ups and downs. It's not easy to follow all the matches simultaneously. Of course, since things are going to final phase, that we will focus on medals, possible teams carrying that important, of course, result. Be with us tomorrow. Tomorrow is still the same regular schedule.
Last two rounds.
Two more rounds left. Yeah, it's still far from clear who will win. Ukraine is, of course, probable winner in open section, but still it's not so clear. So be with us tomorrow. Greetings from Batumi, Georgia.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.